Please close this door. You are disturbing you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank
All right,
you
good
very much for being here.
evening,
I really
everyone.
appreciate your
Thank you
presence.
very much for being
Carries
here. I
events.
really appreciate your
Leo,
presence.
Ekwajometa.
Carries events.
I'm still expecting
Leo,
your
Ekwajometa.
message.
I'm
So
still
thank you very much
expecting
for being
your
here.
your
Um,
message.
Olekon
But thank you very much
Comrade
for being here.
Leo, thank you so much for being
Um,
here as well.
Ole
Everybody, thank you very much
Comrade
for being here.
Leo, thank you so much for
Um,
being here as well. Everybody, thank you very
right now
much
we're
for
streaming
being
on
here.
YouTube
Um,
and Facebook as well as, of course, here on
right now we're
TikTok.
streaming on
We're going to
YouTube
bring up
and Facebook as well
Twitter.
as, of course,
Trying
here
to
on
get
TikTok.
something
We're going to
on
bring
another
up
device
Twitter
on
later.
right
We're trying to get something up on
Thank
another
you to be
device.
here.
When the time is right,
It's a
we'll bring that
Friday.
up.
First
But
Sean
it's good to be
Oguns,
here.
thank you very
It's
much
a
for the
Friday. First,
yeoman's
Sean
job you're doing in
Oguns,
the comment
thank you
section. Thank
very
you
much
for
for the yeoman's job you're doing in the comment
and
section.
says we
Thank
should
you
all remember
for
to drop
the
2k
great things
likes
you're
or
writing
more.
there. And he says we should all remember to drop
So I'm going to
2k
see what
likes
he
or
said
more
too.
as you are joining
Please
us.
remember to drop your
So I'm going to say
2k
what he said
likes
too.
or more as
Please
you're
remember
joining
to
us.
drop your
It's quite
2k
interesting. I never thought
likes
of that.
or more
Thank you,
as you are
First Sean,
joining
for
us.
bringing that
It's
up.
quite interesting. I
If
never
you're on
thought of that,
TikTok,
but
kindly click
thank
on
you,
the
First
heart
Sean,
icon
for
above my
bringing that
head
up.
here. Just click
Please,
on
if you're
it.
on TikTok, kindly click
Join
on
the
the heart
team.
icon above my head here. Just click
Drop
on
a
it.
gift, drop a heart to
Join the
me,
team.
and
Drop a gift. Drop a heart me,
so that we can use, of course,
and
use this to push
um,
the live to
so that we can use, of course, use this to push the live to
the FYP. We're having an issue right now
the
on TikTok,
FYP.
but I will
We're
really,
having an
really
issue right
appreciate
now
your
on TikTok, but
likes and
I'll
all.
really, really
And thank you very
appreciate
much for
your,
the heart and mustache.
likes and all. And thank you very much for the heart and mustache.
Drop a
Fair
gift.
Idumari.
Please a
Let's
heart me.
all,
All these things
drop
help
a
the
gift
algorithm
or
to push
at
the
least a
live
heart
to
me. All
the
these
For You
things
page.
help
So
the
please do
algorithm
that
to
on
push the live
TikTok. Thank you
to
very much.
the
I'm just
For
going to
You
check
page.
our
So
folks
please
on
do that
YouTube to be sure
on
we're good.
TikTok. Thank you very
I think
much. I'm just
Facebook
going to
is
check our
coming up
folks on
as
YouTube
well,
to be sure we're good.
but
I
it's
think Facebook is coming up
to
as well,
here today,
but it's
right?
lovely to be here today.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
YouTube. Okay,
YouTube,
YouTube. Thank you very
YouTube,
much for being here.
YouTube.
Please like the
If you're
live.
on YouTube, thank you very much for being here.
Always
Please
double
like the
tapping
live,
the
right? Just double tap on your screen or how you do it, please.
share
Please like the
as
live. These
well
things help the
as
live
our
as well.
different
Please share,
platforms.
can share on your different platforms so that others will see it and come around.
Just trying to
Right? These things help
find my
to
notes.
get the word out. Just trying to do my bit
Oh, do
before
we
we get
have a
into
lot of stuff to
this.
talk about today? We have a
Oh,
lot of
do
stuff
we
to talk
have a
about.
lot of stuff
Now
to
we're
talk
supposed to
about
have our
today?
game show today, but
And we
like
have
I
a
said,
lot of stuff to
a few
learn as
days
well.
ago,
Now, we're supposed to have a game show
if the
today,
video,
but like I
if the
said
first episode
a
isn't
few
out,
days
we're not going to
ago,
have another recording. So we're still
if the
working on it,
video,
and
if the first episode isn't out, we're not going to have another recording. So we're
I
still
want
working
to
on it.
thank God
And
that I'm even here to talk about the possibility of having a
I
first
want to
episode.
thank God
Um,
that I'm even here to talk
I'll
about
tell
the
you about it.
possibility of having
Last
a
night
first
after the
episode.
session,
Um, I'll tell you about it.
something
Last night after
incredible
the
happened.
session,
I'm just thankful for the gift of living.
something incredible
Okay,
happened. I'm just
and that
thankful
you're not
for
seeing obituary
the gift
today
of
is a
life.
blessing.
Okay?
I'll explain that
And
much
that you're
later.
not seeing
But
obituary
first
today.
off,
It's a
let's
blessing.
part about Facebook.
I'll
Please share
explain
the
that
live
much
and
later.
like as
But
well.
first off,
So I was
let's
saying
part about
about
Facebook.
Redomi
Please share the
Republic.
live and
I want
like
to
as
get the
well.
first episode out
So I was
before we
saying
have another
about Redomi Republic
session.
that I want to get the first
We're
episode
working on it.
out before we
So
have
when you're
another
starting out, you have to create
session. And
templates. You have to
we're
create
working
different
on
things
it.
that you'll be
It's just
using
that when
so
you're
that
starting out, you have to
subsequent
create templates, you have to create different things
episodes
that
should
you'll
just
be
build on
using so
that.
that
So that's
subsequent
why it's taking a bit.
episodes
Should
you
be
just
out
build on that.
maybe
So that's why
next
it's
week.
taking a bit, but it will be
We'll be able
out
to,
hopefully. I
have
mean, Agbar alone
another
next week
recording
it will
on
be
Friday.
out,
If you're on TikTok,
and
please don't
we'll
stop
be
at
able
tapping.
to
I'm
have
seeing red. That means
another
it's
recording
restriction.
on Friday.
And
If
that
you're
is
on
not
TikTok,
good.
please don't stop at tapping. I'm seeing red. That means restriction,
Like I always say, our
and that is
studio.
not good on
So it's
TikTok.
important for
TikTok
us to
is
put this
our,
out.
like I always
Now,
say,
I
is our
think we've
studio.
done a bit
So
of
it's important for us
some
to
issues here
put
on
this
TikTok,
out.
so please
Now I think we
thank
have
you
a bit of
very much.
some issues here on
For those on
TikTok, so
Facebook, thank you
please,
very much for being here as
part
well.
thank you very
Again, if you're
much.
on YouTube, please
For those on
like
Facebook, thank you very much for
and
being here as well.
share. All you have to
Again,
do
if
is
you're
just
on
tap on your
YouTube,
screen twice
please
and
like
voila,
and
you don't like
share.
the live with us.
All you have to do is just tap on your screen twice, and
Okay?
voila, you don't like the live with that. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Okay, I think we're good.
Good afternoon, Ade Glow. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon, Adig Glow. How are you, sir?
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great.
I think we're good.
Just
Thank
one
you
more
very
thing. We
much.
should share this.
Great.
So, Han,
Just one more thing.
in
We
case
should share this.
you are
So,
here and
as a
you're,
hack, in
maybe
case
you
you
are
are
active on Twitter.
here and
Normally
you're,
we will be streaming on
maybe
Twitter, but we're gonna have
you're
to wait
active on
for Twitter.
Twitter.
On Twitter,
Now,
we'll have to
normally we
wait
will
for a
be
bit.
streaming on Twitter, but we're gonna have to
So
wait,
if you're
for
if
Twitter.
you're active
I
on
mean,
Twitter,
Twitter will have
kindly
to
share
wait
the
for a
link
bit.
on Twitter as well.
So
Eventually we're gonna
if you're active on Twitter, kindly share the link on Twitter as well. These things help. Eventually, we're gonna stream on Twitter and Twitch. All right.
Okay. Watch it.
Okay. Oluwaseun.
So yesterday we had a session that was quite good,
So yesterday
and
we had a session here. It was quite good, and
I wanted to Google pick my son who
I
was
wanted to Google pick. You know, my
having a
son.
session somewhere, so I was like,
He was
that's
having
my eldest.
a session somewhere.
It
So I was
was
like, I'm just
raining
gonna.
heavily, so I was like,
That's
let
my
me just
eldest.
get in the rain. I was so I
So
could
it
have to
was
drive.
raining heavily.
Anyway,
So I was
long
like,
and
let me
short of it,
just get
something
in the rain.
happened.
I was
The
so of course I
car
had to drive.
literally
Anyway, long and
didn't want
short
to
of
get
it,
down. So I
something
was trying
happened.
to
The
get the
car had
car.
an issue in the rain. I
The
had to
car was on
get
the
down.
road.
While I was
So
trying to get
it was
help,
raining heavily.
the car was on the
So
road.
by the
You
time
know,
I
so I had to quickly go
got
and get
back,
help. It was
before I
raining
got
heavily.
back to the car,
By the time I got back, before I got back to the car,
so the plate has been destroyed in it. Right.
Shakespeare has been destroyed in it.
The windscreen,
Right.
the windshield at the back
Um,
broken,
the windscreen, the windshield at the
windshield
back broken. The
destroyed everything,
booth,
bumper
the hood
everywhere on.
destroyed. Everything,
I went to get
bumper
help. So when I was
everywhere
getting, I
on.
was,
Me, I was
getting
now.
back
I
to the
went to
car,
get help. So when I was getting,
and
I
I saw
was
that my car was,
going back to the car, and I
anyway,
discovered that my car was.
and the crazy part is that
I mean,
I
it was
could have been
terrible.
in the car, right? When the issue
And the
happened,
crazy
I
part is
called
that
my
I
brother
could have
to
been in the
meet
car,
me,
right? When the
and
issue happened, I had called my brother to
so I would
meet
have
me,
probably been waiting in the car because it was
and
raining outside, so it wouldn't make sense. And I couldn't
so I
move
would
the
have
car
probably been waiting in the car because it was raining outside, so it wouldn't make
so
sense.
the water
And I
would
couldn't
just
move the
continue
car
flowing.
because it was a very
It was very
funny.
crazy. So I could have
I
been in
think
the car
water got
when the
in because it was
lunatic
raining.
hit the car.
It was very crazy. So
Imagine
I
a
could have
car
been in
that
the car
is
when the
stationary
lunatic hit the
and now
car.
just heated,
Imagine a car that's
essentially destroyed.
stationary and some lunatic just
Also,
hit it
I could have been in the
and
car. I
essentially
could have
destroyed it.
been when I
Um,
was opening the
but
booth
so
and trying to
I was
get
saying I could have
something
been in the
out.
car. I could have
I
been
was told to
even
go
when I was
pick
opening the
something from
booth
the
and
car.
trying
I
to
could
get
have
something out,
at the point I
because I
opened the
was
booth to
told
bring
to
that
go
stuff
bring
out.
something from the car. So I could have,
That lunatic
at the
could have
point
come
I
at that point.
opened the booth to bring that stuff out,
Anything could have happened.
that lunatic could have
But
come at that
since
point.
this is
Um,
our congregation,
Anything
I
could
want
have
to thank
happened.
God
But
um,
since this is our
I'm
congregation,
alive.
I just want to
I thank
thank God
God, and
um,
you know,
that I'm alive, right?
just thank God for
And
life.
you know,
I looked at the car, I was like, I don't think my
just
motor,
thank God
it
for
was,
life.
the back was just
I
gone.
looked at the car, I was like, I don't think my motor. It
But yeah,
was
so I
the
thought I should
back
share
was
that.
just gone.
Did you get hold of him? No.
But yeah, so I thought I
That's
should
the
share
thing.
that.
So I
Did you
got
get
to the
hold of
car and
him?
discovered I saw
No,
broken bottles. So I was
that's the
coming
thing.
and then I was
So I
moving
got to the
towards the
car and
car and I
discovered
saw
I
broken
saw
bottles on the
broken
floor.
bottles. So
So I
I
was
was
wondering like,
coming and then I was
was it
moving
people
towards the
from there?
car
So
and I saw broken
apparently
bottles on the floor. So I
it's
was wondering like,
it was a
you go,
truck
was it Bibiki Tokrombe? So
carrying the
apparently
bottles that hit my
it's
car,
it was a
destroyed the
truck
back, left it and ran away.
carrying bottles that hit my car,
You know, when people
destroyed
say
the
that
back,
Nigeria is not
left it and
good,
ran away.
this is not the government
You know, when
because
people say that Nigeria is not good,
hit the car. And then you have this
This is not the
clowns who were
government though.
laughing
This
like,
was an
they're looking at me
individual
like,
hit the
is this your
car,
car? Because
and then you
maybe
have
of
these
course,
clowns who were laughing like they're looking at me like, "Are you sure it's your car?"
like,
Because maybe of course,
the Duroko de Shiko,
someone Noramole,
insurance.
they're like,
Insurance,
ah,
yeah.
could they do could they shiko?
Insurance will they cover.
Insurance,
There's
insurance, yeah,
insurance, but it's not
insurance will they cover.
comprehensive.
There's
There's
insurance,
insurance, but it's not
but
comprehensive.
it's not
So
comprehensive.
if for instance, I even saw that,
There's insurance, but it's not
to be
comprehensive.
honest, and then
So
two
if
things
for
in
instance I
Nigeria, one
even
is not
saw that
comprehensive. Number
kidney,
two,
to be honest,
there's
and
this
then the two things in Nigeria, number one is not comprehensive.
process.
Number two, there's this, you have to go through the
Just funny,
process.
terrible by the way. I think it hit
Just
me
funny,
this morning when
terrible by
when
the
the
way.
younger ones were
You know,
going to school. Because
I think it
they
hit
had to
me
go to
this
school.
morning when the younger ones were going to school, because I was like, okay, how do you get to school? Because I had to
But
find a way. So it was
all of
just
that to
like,
say,
ah,
I'm
okay.
glad, I'm alive,
But
and
all of
we
that
have
to say,
another
I'm
session.
glad,
And even if we're not
that
having
I'm alive, and
the
we
Republic,
can have another
just
session. And
happy
even if we're not
that
having the Redomi
we
Republic, the
have
game stuff,
a gift.
I'm just happy that.
So, however, I'm really well. So I'm glad. Thank you, God. All right.
So I'm glad. Thank you,
Well,
God. All right.
that's
Um, Ọpẹ́ Olórí, Ọpẹ́ Àdáàdá tán ni.
it is well. So, good evening, everybody. Thank you.
It
Thank
is
God
well.
I'm talking to you.
So, good evening, everybody. Thank you. Thank God I'm talking to you in the land of the living.
A lot of things happened.
All right.
I'll probably just get
A lot of
into
things
before we
happened
discuss this. So today we're going to,
um,
this week, we've not
that I'll
spent
probably
a
just
lot
get
of
into
time
before
actually
we
discussing
discuss
this
this. So
topic.
today we're going to, this week
Part two,
we've
we
not
spend
spent
more time
a lot
talking
of time
about
actually
news,
discussing
same
these
thing.
topics, to be honest.
Part three,
Part
we
two, we
spend
spend
a
more
bit
time
more
talking
time
about
on the
news,
topic.
same
So
thing
today we're
for
going to try
part
as much as
three,
possible to make
but we
sure that
spend
we
a
don't
bit more time
stay
on
on
the
the news
topic.
for too
So
long.
today we're going to try as much as
Thank you,
possible to
D1.
make
Thank
sure
you,
that we
everybody.
don't,
Thank you.
stay on the news for too long. Thank you, D1. Thank you, Anyofe. Thank you, Olekon. God bless you.
So let's start with the news.
Okay. So let's start with the news.
Let's start with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Let's start with
Northern evil plans
President
against you shall not
Bola
come to
Ahmed
pass by
Tinubu.
God's grace. Amen. You know the funny thing?
Northern
Let me tell
evil
one
plans
funny thing.
against you
Now
shall not
that you
come to
said
pass
that,
by God's
when I
grace.
was
Amen.
driving last night,
You know the funny
I
thing?
said,
Let me tell you one funny thing. Now that you said that, when I
So
was
I just
driving
said the
last night,
seat.
I was
But
like,
I could
Kokoma
also
Shele
see
no
very well
moto.
because it was raining heavily.
So I just
But I
said the
was
seat
rushing because
because I could also
I didn't
see
want
very well
him
because it
to be
was
stranded
raining
where he
heavily.
was.
But I was rushing because
Interestingly, he wasn't even
I
stranded.
didn't want him to be stranded where he was.
This parents here.
Interestingly, it wasn't
Anyway,
even
the
stranded.
point is, I felt like something was going to
This
happen.
parents
So I
here.
just said my seat. So if
Anyway,
anything
the point
happens,
is, I felt like
I will not
something
be
was going
too
to happen.
close to
So I
the
just said my seat that if anything happens, I will not be
after a
too
while, I
close
did
to
it again.
the
I
steering.
thought again that something was going to happen. I just said I said again
Then
twice.
after a while, I did it
Then the car
again.
stopped.
Then I felt again that something was going to happen. I just said again
Got out
twice.
of the car.
Then the car stopped.
I was trying to
Then
find out.
I got out of the car. I was trying to find out. Then I
I didn't
turned
even know
around
when it happened.
and
I didn't hear any sound or anything. I was away from the car. Got back
I
there.
didn't even know when it happened. I didn't hear any sound or anything. I was away from the car. Got back there, it was
So
destroyed.
it's
Well,
funny that
I mean,
sometimes you could have premonition. People,
it is well.
I mean,
So
come to my show.
it's funny that sometimes you could have premonition. People, call on my
This
show.
is your name. I say I will not be calling it.
Call on my show.
Olówó your wife.
This is your name. I say I will not be calling it Minima Peja. Olówórí your wife. Ogabusi, Ọlọ́run á fòfò rẹ̀. Àmín. Ó jẹ́ ti fi ra. Àmín.
Let's start with the president's
Let's start with the president's tweet.
This from
This from the X handle of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We face challenges head-on and remain steadfast in our commitment to engage partners and champion Nigeria's interests on the diplomatic front. We are confidently asserting our presence on the global stage, guided by unwavering calm, clarity, and a strong sense of purpose. We are indeed faced with terrorism, a challenge Nigeria has faced for almost 2 decades, and we will not back down. We will decisively defeat terrorism and claim victory in this battle. Security is non-negotiable, and we will never compromise on this principle. With unwavering courage and a steadfast commitment to the rule of law, we will prevail. Nigeria is one united family. We rise together, move forward together, and reject despair in favor of determination. Our future is far more robust and stronger than any fears we may have. The task ahead is immense, yet our resolve is even greater. We will continue to sustain and build on our reform gains and deliver a prosperous and inclusive Nigeria. We will spare no effort and leave no stone unturned in our mission to eliminate criminals from our society. We urge our allies to stand firmly with us as we amplify our fight against terrorism. We have made significant progress in the past 2 years, and we will decisively eliminate this threat. With courage and the rule of law, we will triumph. Nigeria will be and remain a reliable partner and dependable ally to its friends and a steady voice for stability. We also welcome the collaboration and support of our allies, friends, and partners as we strengthen both security and economic growth. To the brave men and women of our armed forces and intelligence community, united by purpose, regardless of tribe or religion, who serve fearlessly, fight side by side, and sometimes pay the ultimate price, we express our deepest gratitude. Your commitment is our strength in the fight against terror. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think that's reassuring, but I think, of course, a lot has to be done. A lot more has to be done so that people actually see these things, and see the results, of all these things being said. I'd like to take a listen to him say some of these things himself. Please take a listen to the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The most important thing is the fact that despite the political headwind and the fear of our people, we continue to engage with our partners. The success of the 2.3 billion bond, our subscription, oversubscribed, is the most at this stage. So the task ahead is immense. We are engaging the world diplomatically, and we assure all of you that we will, defeat terrorism in this country. The task ahead is immense, but it's our resolve to move forward with unity and purpose, guided by renewed hope agenda to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He didn't say the tax, it's the task. Maybe that's the pronunciation, but task ahead is immense. So again, that was the President. Earlier, the Waziri in Dutse, Bashir Dalhatu, had a press release where he made a statement about the fact that we are not a colony of the United States and we owe them no explanation for how we run our domestic affairs. I'd like to listen to this from, again, the man is a lawyer, is Bashir Dalhatu. This is the Arewa Consultative Forum meeting in Lagos. Take a listen to what they said.
Thank you very much. Let me first say that in the 25 years that the Arewa Consultative Forum has been operating, we have to first of all remember why it was established. At the beginning of the political resurgence in Nigeria in 1999, in the north we have had about 3-4 different organizations, very powerful and pulling in different directions. So, but to face political time after a longer period of military regime, it was decided that the North should coalesce those organizations into one strong, cohesive mouthpiece for the North. And that's what happened. The people that called that meeting that day asked all those different organizations to melt into ACF. And that's what has been going on for the last 25 years. At the time it was also established, there were a lot of divisions in the North, religious, tribal, ethnic, and one of the biggest, most important task for ACF then was to try and unite and unify those divisions. And I must tell you that we are quite proud to say over the years we have had a lot of, we have recorded a lot of achievements. If you remember those days of Kapanchan, Rai, Tafawa Balewa, Riz are no longer with us anymore. But there are still not too smooth relationships which we are still working on. But one of our greatest achievements is the reduction, in a very serious sense, those conflicts that have been bothering us. Now, afterwards, the resurgence, of course, the appearance of the Boko Haram, it started as a religious problem, but then spread out. It was not then in our own control to safeguard the lives and properties. That's then the task of the federal government and the military and the security agencies. But still then, we kept talking to the leaders at all levels so that our people can understand and what to do to reduce such harsh effects that we had been going through. I'm glad, Benny, you mentioned how that had, the last 15 years, had brought our position to this nearly pathetic situation. But we used to be very, very prosperous, outgoing, progressive. We used to be very, very industrious, but factors both that are our own fault in the North and outside influences had combined to, at a time when we are least capable of pushing back, to further deteriorate what we are doing, what we ought to be doing. So this is where we are now. But we are also using this period and this occasion, this celebration, to remind the people that we are not dancing and shouting and singing. We are reminding people the difficulties that have been besieging our own region, and to ask people to proffer solutions that we have not thought of until now. As to the question of the American threats, I would personally would have thought the federal government of Nigeria would have established first and foremost a judicial commission of inquiry in Nigeria so that it could be investigated. Those who have made those claims would have the opportunity to come and put out. Thank you very much. Let me first say that in the 25 years, we have always been wondering that the Nigerian military that have fought now, we can only propagate to our people how best to protect and safeguard their families, their villages, their communities, while we at the same time consistently have been talking to the federal government as to the necessity for them to nip the thing in the bud before it spread. It started like a joke in Zamfara, Sokoto, Katsina, now Kebbi and Niger is moving. By the time it's now in Katsina, by the time it gets to Kano, which is next to Jigawa, where I come from, Yobe is quite close. So if government does not take proper, immediate action to stop this, very soon the whole of the northern region is going to be covered with these insurgency. The north central is infested also. And we have always been wondering that the Nigerian military that had fought in Korea, had fought all over the world, has gone to West Africa and sorted them out, had not been able to sort our own problems for 15 years. Now, I understand that there is a difference between an enemy that you can fight face to face and urban guerrilla situation. But we still need to, I think, to put more effort from all of us, but especially from those that are in a position to stop the thing from spreading. And that's what our wishes, our hopes, and I hope that the recent changes in the military leadership is going to provide something that had not been tried before, and that hopefully is going to provide some kind of answer. But the situation is, we have allowed it to spread, we have allowed it to become so intractable that only goodwill and political will and support from every Nigerian will be able to probably provide an answer.
Thank you very much for listening. That was Ashir Dalatu.
All right, thank you very much for listening. Again, that was Ashir Dalatu. I was speaking at the ACF, Area Consultative Forum press conference in Lagos. Moving on from there, a group known as Yoruba Union has hailed the U.S. Congress over a bill to ban Fulani herdsmen and demand sanctions for Tinubu, IGP Egbetokun and others. And here I am wondering how a foreign government can actually ban herdsmen, grazing. Ban herdsmen. I think he's talking about what happened to the Mietiala folks, right? Again, what I would really love to see is Nigeria doing these things that America is doing. What America is doing in terms of banning, this and that, is what Nigerian government should be doing. And I hope that all of this will help to propel the government to wake up to their responsibilities. Having said that, let me just move away from this stuff for a bit. I'm going to read something from Ondo State, something like good news, because there's a lot of bad news. We're going to get back to some of those things later. This is from the Ondo State government. The Ondo State government investors seal $50 billion deal on refinery free trade zone. Aiyedatiwa says this marks a new dawn for Ondo State's industrial future. Ondo State has taken a major leap toward economic transformation as Governor Lucky Orimisa Aiyedatiwa on Tuesday, November 4, 2025, formalized a landmark $50 billion investment agreement with an international consortium under the Sunshine Infrastructure Joint Venture. It's a JV. The partnership, The partnership comprising Backbone Infrastructure, MJK Investment Finance, China Harbor, and Honeywell OUP will drive the development of a 500,000 barrel per day refinery and a 1,471 hectare sunshine free trade zone in Ilaje local government area. The project, coordinated through the Ondo State Investment Promotion Agency, ONDIPA, aims to position Ondo as a major industrial hub, generating thousands of jobs and stimulating growth across multiple sectors, including energy, agriculture, aviation, and healthcare. Governor Aiyetidawa described the deal as a strategic step towards sustainable industrialization and long-term economic stability, assuring investors of transparency, ease of doing business, and full protection of their interests. That's really, that's good news. This is what we'd like to hear. The Thunder Refinery in Ondo State, and then a free trade zone to be built in that local government. That is fantastic. So in the midst of all this bad news, that's something to remember. Having said that, let's go back to some of the things happening around us.
This one is good news too, but it's happening in faraway Kano State.
But this one is good news too, but it's happening in faraway Kano State. The Kano State House of Assembly has passed a landmark bill approving Hausa as the primary language of instruction in all primary schools. I'll take that again. The Kano State House of Assembly has passed a landmark bill approving Hausa as the primary language of instruction in all primary and junior secondary schools across the state. This policy aims to strengthen foundational learning and preserve the linguistic and cultural heritage. This is something that I think we discussed some time ago, and it's a beautiful thing, by the way. Although a lot of people who I believe are not very informed are having issues with this. Like people are saying, oh, why they're not teaching in English? Is Nigeria not in an English-speaking country? But the provision for this has actually been, set in motion by Buhari in 2022 towards the end of his session. And it's important for us to understand the fact that this is good. And I think I had a session when I talked about this a while back, but just in case you weren't here, give me a second, please.
Just in case you were not here, I'll just say a few things.
All right. I had a session when I talked about this, but just in case you were not here, I'll just say a few things. So there was a study carried out in Ife, in OAU, in a school in Ife, in the 1970s, right? And that study was carried out by Professor Babs Fafunwa, who went on to become the Minister of Education. Well, the idea was basically to split the class in two, one meaning half of two. One group learned, the language of study was English, or the language of instruction was English, and then the other one language of instruction was Yoruba. Now, the difference between having a language of instruction being Yoruba and teaching Yoruba in school is that if you teach Yoruba as a subject, that means that your language of instruction is still English. So physics, chemistry, biology, you are teaching the English language, you just happen to teach Yoruba as a language, as a subject. But to have Yoruba as a language of instruction means you're teaching physics, chemistry, biology in Yoruba language, which is what he was proposing back then in the 70s, that schools should have this thing where the subjects are taught in the native tongue of or the mother tongue of the pupil. So that way, the child's job really is to understand what is being taught, not to understand the language in which it's being taught. And that's why you see how crazy it is sometimes in Nigeria. A person has credit in physics and chemistry, but doesn't have credit in English, and then the person can go to study whatever they want to study. But the question is that, what was the language of instruction? If they pass chemistry and biology in English language, does that not mean that they already understand the language? Anyway, the point is that it's difficult, it's more difficult, I should say, it's more difficult for people to learn in English because first, they have to understand what is being said, they have to understand the subject being taught. But if you do it in Yoruba, it's easier for people to understand. Anyway, the folks in the north, in Kano specifically, they've done something really cool by actually passing this bill, passing the bill and making it a law in Kano State so that Hausa will become the language of instruction. If you want to teach physics, it's in Hausa. If you want to teach Yoruba, it's in Hausa. Sorry, no, not Yoruba. Physics or geography or economics, everything is in Hausa. So that means that the children will just be busy trying to understand what they're being taught, not to understand the language in which they're being taught, which is a beautiful thing, by the way. The Yoruba people, interestingly, have a plan like that as well. Afenifere unveiled something like this last year, that Yoruba will become the language of instruction in Southwest schools. Something close to that was, is what Lagos State was trying to do last year, but it was even to ensure that the Yoruba language is being taught all over, the place. When the Igbo Women Association in faraway Abia State threatened to sue the governor. But we're going to do it in such a way that not only are we going to teach Yoruba to all kids, if you don't want to learn, you can carry your bags and go back to your parents and go back where you came from. But not only are we going to teach Yoruba language as a compulsory subject in schools, which is being done now, by the way, but moving forward, I think we have to take a leave from the folks in Kano to ensure that Yoruba becomes the language of instruction in schools. And thankfully, a lot of people are doing fantastic work in teaching complex subjects using Yoruba language. You see it on Twitter, you see it on Facebook these days. People are teaching physics and chemistry. I even know a person teaching data analysis in Yoruba, and it's beautiful. Someone was teaching Excel and AI in Yoruba. That's how it should be, so that other young, especially people, again, think beyond the cities. I mean, the hubs where we live. This main cities. Think about the towns. Think about the villages where you have a lot of young people. They have a right to education, and it doesn't have to be in English language. So this is beautiful, and it's just a shame that certain people, I don't want to mention, I think you already know who they are, think this is a problem. They think this is a problem. They think this somehow reduces the quality of education, and it's just a shame that we are more. Some of us are still under this yoke of colonialism, even though we have been independent since 1960. But we have to move forward, and this should, by the way, this should happen everywhere. People should, and this is also what tells you that Nigeria is a country of many nations. And nobody should be asking us stupid questions like, and someone said it the last time I had this conversation on this, like, so if a person doesn't understand Yoruba, what will now happen to them? They can carry their bags and go back to their parents' place. That's the point. Go back to your home. If you cannot have common courtesy of learning the language of the place that you are living in, then that means you're not fit to be in that place. And this is, by the way, this is also what happens in, I would have said Germany. Someone will say, but Germany is another country. But it happens in India. It happens in India. There are two languages that you can call national languages, like English and Hindi. But every region has the main language of the region, of the state, is the primary language of instruction. It doesn't have to be English. If you go to Tamil Nadu, it should be Tamil. Like they did in such a way that, and they have about 20 or 25, apart from those two, about 25 languages. But this is, what is going to be, what we should learn from as well. So for me, I think that's something good from the North, and it's worthy of not just admiration, but we should even inculcate and copy it. Even though it started here in the West, but they've institutionalized it by making it a law, which is just beautiful. Someone says very nice, but English still remains the money language. It doesn't mean they're not going to learn English. Don't you understand? You still learn English. You learn English as a subject, but you learn physics in your language, because your language is your mother tongue, but you still learn English because it's the global language, the language of the world. China did not build everything they build right now because they spoke English. I like watching Chinese documentaries. Just take some time and just watch the things that these guys have done. They didn't have to speak English language. The Germans don't speak English. I mean, they don't have to. The French that even speaks English, if you're talking to them, they act as if they don't understand. They will be speaking their French. If English, or the ability to speak English, is a determining factor in how great your country will be, then Nigeria should have been the greatest country in the world, because our English sometimes especially with someone like Patrick Obi Agbo, that is the only English. If I don't build those skyscrapers. But China didn't have to speak English to build China. It's about, do you even understand what you're being taught? Or just putting things in your brain, just memorizing, and you're essentially just saying what they have said. Is there understanding?
Physics, chemistry, all these
Right?
laws,
Is there something around you that a lot of us, all this physics, chemistry, all these laws, boys law, law. When you look around, kilo wà lágbègbè ẹ tó lè fi wé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò mọ̀. And ìgbà míì yẹn tó ń kọ́ wọn gan gbà míì gan òun gan ò rí lè mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn náà. Ó ṣàmọ̀ kan sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀nà lẹ̀ ń sọ. So òun ṣe fault ẹ̀ nìyẹn náà. So the point is, this doesn't stop kids from learning English language. I mean, we used to learn French language now. Although now they're saying they're going to remove it because, of course, I mean, it is what it is. So people are going to learn English language as a second language, and we're going to communicate with it. But if we want to develop, I think Kano is right here. Kano is actually very correct what they're doing. If we want to really develop, we must have a situation where, and think beyond you. I mean, some of us are children, they speak both languages, Yoruba, English, they speak. So look beyond yourself. Look at the society. Some part of your city, I mean, the part of Lagos State. So that no child will be left behind. And then before you know it, they're able to do great things, and we're able to create solutions to our own problems rather than just learning stuff. I was listening to, I was having a conversation with my mentor the other day, and he said something about traveling to Siberia, and that was the first time in his life that he actually saw sense in the idea of solstice, winter solstice, because all this thing about shorter day, longer night, because we're learning, we are learning through their experiences, so to speak. It was when he went there, I was like, oh, okay, so it became more real. We should be using our own example, which is why, I mean, let me just plug this one in, shameless plug, which is why I like the way OAU named our semesters. When I was in school, that was one of the first things I noticed when I was registering my courses as a first year, undergraduate. You know what we call our first semester? It's called Harmattan semester. We have Harmattan semester and we have a rain semester. I mean, I think it should still be like that till today. But that was how that was what we did in Ife. Harmattan semester, rain semester. And that's why, I mean, even though I've left school many years ago, I still feel somehow when I hear people saying that they're having summer holiday in Nigeria. We don't have summer. We don't have summer in Nigeria. These are things that we say that makes us feel like we are also, Akawe, but it's just rubbish. Where is the summer? You have sun almost all through the year. You are comparing yourself with folks in Europe that have it for a couple of months and say, we have. You want to show fellowship sunbathing for waiting. So the point is, we have to indigenize ideas so that we can actually create local solutions. But as long as we're just thinking through the framework of the Europeans, we can't really create local solutions. So it's important that we learn from this. It's actually very good. I'm happy for them, and I hope that all the states in the Southwest will pass the exact same law, and our own children as well. And by the way, let me also say this: if you're a parent here, your kids' ability to speak Yoruba, especially I'm speaking specifically to Yoruba people now. Your children's ability to speak Yoruba is on you. Is on you. Ká máa bá wọn sọ èdè ńlé, ká máa sọ Yorùbá sí wọn. Ó lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ tátàtà. Bí mi ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ lè, tí n bá ń bọ̀ mọ́ sọ̀rọ̀, tí wọ́n fẹ́ kó dá mi lóhùn pẹ̀lú èdè Yorùbá, tó bá dáhùn pẹ̀lú Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, màá ní kó tún sọ. Tó bá máa tún sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ̀kejì, ó ti mọ̀ nǹkan tí mò ń sọ. Ó nílò láti sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ní èdè Yorùbá. All right, we can't leave it to the schools alone. We also have to be very intentional. Teach your kids to speak your language, and let them understand the fact that doesn't make them raz. Okay, let's do that as parents, and hopefully we have the government also do their part very soon. All right, moving away from that, we're going to go back to our political stuff now. This man is called Professor Sadiki Abba, and he was commenting on the whole thing. I mean, on the whole issue of President Trump, speaking on Nigeria's issues and things like that. So please listen to this. This program is called Sunday Politics, and the man's name is Professor Sadiki Abba. We're still in the north, by the way. It's kind of nice in the north right now. Take a listen, please.
Historically, this is not the first time they are giving us that. Historically, this is not the first time they are giving us direct. The only thing is that the first two direct threats, they met leaders on ground. They met General Murtala Muhammad. Remember Gerald Ford's letter to General Murtala Muhammad that he published? Yes. Gerald Ford, go to hell, America shut up. It's a direct threat to Murtala Muhammad and Nigeria. Murtala called their bluffs. Abacha called their bluffs. And so how prepared are we? If the government is not prepared, Mr. Ilyasu, I can assure you that Nigerian citizens are prepared for America.
How? Just tell me, apart from rhetorics, apart from just rhetorics.
This is national secrets. It's confidential. You can, America will not tell you they are coming with this. It's their secret also. I can assure you, if America is coming, tell them. As far as Nigerians are concerned, not Nigerian government, not Nigerian state, not Nigerian president, not Senate, not ministers, not governors. Nigerian citizens, not me and you that are sitting in this studio talking. Nigerian citizens on the street, in the crannies and in the villages and towns, they are waiting for America. For every American marine, there is a graveyard to be buried alive. Nigerians are ready and willing. We are well prepared.
I don't know what the Nigerians is talking about, but we not have wars in this nation. When they said the Nigerians themselves are well prepared, I don't know if maybe I had a meeting with some people, but because I saw somebody did this animation of what would happen if the United States were to invade Nigeria. I mean, what I saw was like, that's why all the people coming up here, I've been looking at you guys insulting and cursing and saying Nigeria is dead. Don't you know that you are killing yourself? Like, you're actually saying what will happen in your region. That's why your region doesn't thrive. Anyway, the point is that the word that you are calling, that you're looking for, is not Call of Duty. It's not a game. So guys should be calming down. They're saying we want to fight. All right. Anyway, there's something from the president of Dangote. It's the president of Dangote, Aliko Dangote, talking about what they plan to do in his refinery, and people have been saying, is it possible that this is one of the reasons America is suddenly coming to save us? Is it that some of the things that we're looking forward to are actually going to be a threat, so to speak, to Americans' economic interest in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole? Because based on what Dangote is bringing out soon, looks like the entire continent will most likely be self-sufficient based on its own refinery alone. And interestingly, we have other refineries springing up, like what we talked about earlier in Ondo State. But take a listen to Alhaji Aliko Dangote as he talks about his plans for his refinery. Take a listen, please.
To be the second largest, Nigeria used to be the second largest importer of cement in the world. And now we have reversed it. Nigeria now exports cement more than any other African country. We built from the zero level to the second largest plant of fertilizer in the world. So Nigeria now, not only we export, we actually export 37% of our fertilizer to the United States of America. Again, in terms of petrochemical, Nigeria imports about 350,000 polypropylene. Now we have addressed that issue. It's not going to happen again. We'll export, not only that we'll meet the local demand, we'll export 600,000 out of the country to serve all the other African countries. And, we went on and said, okay, fine. What's the highest, biggest capacity of refinery that has ever been built in the world? Right. By Saudi Aramco, which is 430,000 barrels. We said that let us do what has never ever been done before. That is to do 650,000 barrels per day. And we have delivered. So when we have done all these successes in business, there's no way we will not be able now to do this in health. And what we need to do is to make sure that we stop this health tourism. And we should now get into producing our own drugs. We should now make sure that when you are sick, you don't have to travel abroad. All of us, including myself, if we are sick, we shouldn't now. But we need to do partnership with Bill and other people in Nigeria.
All right.
Oh, okay. So I was getting good feedback, so I was trying to know.
Oh, okay.
Mike Nick says, my thinking
So I was
is
getting feedback, so I was trying to know exactly what it is. Mike Nietzsche says, my thinking is that Trump felt snubbed and recently he complained of trade imbalance between US and Nigeria.
That was,
it is well.
I see
So, yeah, that was
to read your responses later.
Dangote. I see some things in the comment section. I promise I'm going to read your responses later, your comments later. Still in the north, there was an interview that had Yerima. Great. Talking about Sharia, and this is just, it's not really about what's happening now, but I think it's important to also, play this video. Essentially, it's the history of Sharia law as it was institutionalized beginning from Zamfara State. This is from the former governor of Zamfara State, Governor Yerima. Please take a listen to this. I think it also helps understand why we are where we are. Okay? Take a listen, please.
For me to declare Sharia.
Sure.
On Tuesday, I received a letter for emergency meeting of National Council of States.
States, okay.
On Wednesday. I came to Abuja. For the first time, there was never a meeting when the security agencies were all invited.
Were present.
In the National Council of States. All the former heads of state and presidents.
Everybody.
All the governors, 36 of us, service chiefs, chief of defense staff, minister, everybody
all
was
the
there.
security
Minister
chiefs.
of Defense. Then Mr. President sat down, and now in annoyance and angry, General Obasanjo, he now said that he cannot be president of Nigeria when a governor under his watch will do something unconstitutional by implementing Sharia. I say, Mr. President, you cannot say it's unconstitutional. He turned to his left and asked the Attorney General of the Federation, Chibola Ege. He said, Attorney General, is the governor not doing unconstitutional action? He says, sir, it's unconstitutional. I say, no, Attorney General, you don't have power. At that time, I was so educated by those
By the committee.
Zaria, every section of the Constitution that gave me the power, the right. I now quoted the section of the Constitution that says, if there is any conflict between the law passed by the state government and that of the federal government, it is only Supreme Court of Nigeria that will determine which law is right. So one governor from the north stood up in annoyance and said, Mr. President, this is Nigeria. We cannot, because of one individual, allow Nigeria to break. This action being done by a governor of Zamfara is capable of destroying this country. Then I stood up, I said, my life is neither in your hand nor in my hand. And just sat down because I realized what you were saying, that because of one individual, they cannot allow Nigeria to gather here and this thing. So the one governor in the south, from the south, raised his hand and said, Mr. President, this Sharia issue has nothing to do with us in the south. It affects only the north. You can see the who's and cries will only come from the north. That I would suggest that you allow the vice president, who is their brother, to invite the 19 northern governors and resolve their crisis.
And resolve the issue.
So the meeting now resolved that the vice president should invite the 19 of us to resolve the issue. In the morning, we came to Abuja, and the vice president was confronted by the journalists. What was the resolution? He said, we have not agreed on anything yet, but we are going back to penal court of northern Nigeria. We suspend the Sharia and before a decision is taken. Then Aliru was interviewed later. He didn't know, he was not around when the vice president was interviewed.
Made his own
They confronted him. They said, they learned that a decision has been taken to suspend the Sharia law. He said, no. It didn't happen. Yerima insisted that he passed his law and that he cannot change this thing. Then Obasanjo now got angry when he got the knowledge, that information that we have not resolved the matter, and invited us in his house in the night, the following week, for another meeting, 19 northern governors. You know, that time the ulamas were preaching, they were mobilizing people, asking the governors to follow suit. They didn't. But that night meeting made Kure to say tomorrow he's going to declare Sharia. I was sitting in Abuja in my residence in the lodge at Sokoro. I just saw Kure. He was out speech, written speech, was out law, passed. He just sat down and said today he, Engineer Abdulkadir Kure, by the grace of God, the executive governor of the Niger State has hereby declared Sharia law in Niger State. That he has given all Brussels, prostitutes houses, 2 weeks to leave his state. And he has declared, he asked all the beer parlors to close, to shut down in 2 weeks. And gambling houses are also given 2 weeks to leave the state. Then he said he's going to prepare his bill and send to the State Assembly within these 2 weeks to get it passed. It was only then he contacted me, got the documents that I passed, and he presented to Assembly and passed it into law within 2 weeks. The next day, Adwa declared Sharia in Katsina State. Because of that meeting. Yes. And then the next day, Bafara declared in Sokoto State. And that's how state governors started declaring in northern Nigeria. 11 states declared. The 12th state was Kano. He didn't declare because he promised President Obasanjo he would never declare Sharia. But unfortunately for him, people in Kano are mobilized. They follow him anywhere he go for Jumu'at prayer. They stop him. They started even throwing stones. Then he now moved to army barracks to be observing his Jumu'at prayer. Even there, people started following him. Then around January, February, the election was, I think, in April or March. He called me in the night. I said, Rima, this problem you created for us. Chief Obasanjo now called me this night and said he received security report that if I don't declare Sharia in Kano, I was going to lose election. That he advised me to quickly declare Sharia. The president that said he would not allow Sharia is now advising the governor of Kano State, he's still alive, the two of them are alive, to declare Sharia in Kano. He said, please come to Kano next week, support me to declare Sharia. I went, we gathered people, a very large crowd that are ready to observe the Sharia law in Kano. He declared Sharia and he still lost election because he didn't do it. He didn't do it on time. Intentionally. Yes. He didn't do it with good intention. Just for the purpose of election. Election, and he lost it.
Make of that what you will. If you think that this whole thing about Sharia in the North is because of the religion itself, then we're not really getting it. It's mostly politics. Which is why, like I always say, there are some people's problem that's not my problem. But this is why we also push against these kind of things in Yoruba land. But I'm glad that these things are coming out. So that it's not like there was this supernatural thing that caused some things to happen. There's a lot of politicking going on with all of these things. But it's good to listen to this. All right, a few more things before we go.
Let's start with Nnamdi Kanu.
Where do we start? Let's start with Nnamdi Kanu. We had his hearing this week. And the courtroom. No, let's do this before Nnamdi Kanu because of time. Because I want to first structure it to be to the end. Let's do this first. Let's listen to the Chief of Defense Staff, Olufemi Oluyede. I hope that's the pronunciation of his name. He made a statement during an interview with Arise News saying, "We don't have issue of Christian genocide in Nigeria. All we have is terrorism affecting Nigerians. We have been doing the best to curtail it. The president recently recalibrated the military to inject fresh ideas and vigor so we can do more." I'd like you to listen to the Chief of Defense Staff, and then once we're done, we'll get into other things. Take a listen, please.
In Nigeria, there are no Christians being persecuted in Nigeria. Well, we are facing insecurity, especially terrorism, and it's something that's been affecting Nigeria for quite some time now. But as a group, talking about security heads, we've been doing our very best to checkmate this act of terrorism within the space of Nigeria. And you will recall recently, that's just last week, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, recalibrated the security architecture by bringing on board officers of proven integrity who are seasoned in asymmetric warfare to add impetus to our operations. I want to assure Nigerians going forward that we're going to add more to what we're doing, add more impetus to our operations, and ensure that we checkmate this act of terrorism within Nigeria. And you know very well that terrorism is a global issue, it's a global problem. There are several countries that are challenged in that respect. And it calls for collective effort. So if we have countries out there who are ready to have them on board to help us checkmate the act of terrorism within the space of Nigeria. So we welcome everybody to support it. That's my message. Thank you.
All right. So that was the Chief of Defense Staff. We're going to move on very quickly to what happened in court earlier. I think it was today.
First, I think I should read this news.
First, I think I should read this news. There's this thing about Nnamdi Kanu being asked to open his defense. This was last week. He said, he didn't want to do anything because, he didn't want the lawyers to represent him. He was going to represent himself. Well, eventually, he got there and then he said that the court had no right to try him. And he made that statement last week, and then the hearing was postponed to this week. Well, he was in court earlier, and some interesting drama happened. But before we do, let me read something from Premium Times. I'm going to let you listen to Nnamdi Kanu himself.
This from Premium Times, and it was published earlier today.
This from Premium Times, and it was published earlier today. Court stands down proceedings to allow Nnamdi Kanu deposed to affidavit. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday stood down proceedings to allow Nnamdi Kanu file the process and depose to an affidavit in his defense in the ongoing terrorism trial. Justice James Omotosho stood down the matter after the prosecutor, Agboyega Awomolo, applied for a stand down to allow Mr. Kanu file the document. The development occurred shortly after the case was called, and Mr. Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, alleged that officials of the State Security Service, where he is being detained, did not allow him to file the process in his defense. Quote, "My lord, I don't know how to say this.
I don't know how to say this. I have a process here to file, which has not been allowed for the last 3 days.
My lord, I don't know how to say this. I have a process here to file, which has not been allowed for the last 3 days. I have the process for my defense. I don't know if my lord will allow me to file it for my defense," unquote, he prayed. Justice Omotosho then sought a response from the SSS officers in court on why Mr. Kanu had not been allowed to file the document. One of the operatives of the security agency stood up and addressed the court. The officer said the adjournment on Wednesday. The officer said after the adjournment on Wednesday, Mr. Kanu told them that he wanted to file the process. We waited for him, that's Kanu, and he could not file the process, and we left. He said on Thursday they got information again at the office that Mr. Kanu wanted to file the process. He said if the defendant wants to file a process in court, they have a standard procedure and protocol for Mr. Kanu's movement to guarantee his safety and the safety of others around. He explained that the letter ought to be written by his former lawyers, who are now consultants to the SSS management, before he could be allowed. We only got the information from our officers who are detailed to him, so that creates a logistic problem, he said. Also responding, Mr. Awomolo said the protocol for Mr. Kanu's movement is dictated by the court order. However, we will ask for a stand down for about an hour, my lord, to allow him to file the process, he said. However, Mr. Kanu disagreed with the SSS officer on his submission. What he narrated was not correct. What he just narrated was not correct, he said. When I was downstairs looking for the process on Wednesday, the officers said, let us go, and we brought back the next day, he said. Mr. Kanu alleged that he had also told the SSS officers that the court officers could be allowed to bring the stamp for him to depose to the affidavit, but they refused. Mr. Omolo then said that the Mr. Omolo then said that the issues, as difficult as they seemed, could be made easier by Mr. Kanu's legal consultants. He said he was not aware that Mr. Kanu planned to file a process. Quote, I was not aware of this. If they can talk to me or the legal department at DSS, they are their colleagues, the matter would have been resolved, and so on and so forth. Anyway, let's listen to a bit of what happened in court today. Here is Nnamdi Kanu, the protagonist of this drama. Take a listen, please. He's telling the court that the court cannot convict him.
And you wonder why God cost you the useless black man. You don't know what justice means? You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. Useless black African people. You don't know what justice. Your constitution says you cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me the written law. Show me the written law. I want the written law. Talk to me now. Show me the written law. Are you okay? Don't go close. Don't try that rubbish. Don't try it. Don't try it. Go ahead and say don't try that rubbish. Don't try that rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court judgment you don't respect. Then why are we in the court of law? Why are we in the court of law, I ask? Nonsense. You think Britain can ask you to jail me and you jail me? You are dreaming. You are dreaming. I'm telling you that you are dreaming.
That was in the courtroom. You are saying they are dreaming if they think they can jail you. That was in the courtroom earlier today. Let's look at another version of the same drama, but it's not another version because you're not going to see it. You know what? It's a continuation actually. Take a listen to this.
It's not a written law, you cannot. It's not a written law, you cannot. You cannot. You can't convict me. Are you saying? It's not possible. I'm Nnamdi Kanu. Who's going to try it? Nobody can. They've not killed them dead to the person.
You see, they've not given birth to the person that can try him. He's Nnamdi Kanu. Reminds me of I am in the Boski Bahose.
In the courtroom.
In the courtroom. Continue.
I mean, I have so much to say. I'm even wondering if I should. I mean, what's this about, really?
I mean, I have so much to say. I'm even wondering if I should. I mean, what's this about, really?
In the premises or outside? Or
Do you do this inside the courtroom? This is not even in the premises or outside or interview. This is right there in the courtroom. We'll leave the judge to do what they're supposed to do, and hopefully they can make this trial as fast as possible. But I think he's even the one delaying now. Someone says he's right. If why they haven't been to jail him yet. What are you saying? Someone says he wants to defend himself. They asked him to open his case. He's telling them that he wasn't ready. They postponed it to November 4th and 5th. It was there. They said he should do it now. They was going to file a process on Wednesday. you are saying they have not jailed him. Are they supposed to just jail him without listening to his own side of the story?
The hearing. This one,
It's literally delaying the judgment. The hearing. This one, if they grab him now, they now start crying and say, nobody can jail me. I am okay. In the Boski Bahosa. He's doing his best to intimate the judge, to intimate the judges. Intimate them with what? Did you even listen to what I read? Did you listen to what he said? It's just delay tactics.
I'm trying to read the
it is well. It is well. I'm trying to read the comments in the comment section. Khan already knew the consequences of his actions. Well, he says they can't try him. I'm reading TikTok. I'll read YouTube in a bit. Someone says he's calling for president of Kenya. Sanwo-Olu as witnesses. No, he already said he's not having them again. I love it. That one has changed since now. He told them that they have no right to try him. He doesn't want any witnesses anymore. Like the point is that they cannot even try him. That's what he's saying now. That's why they said he should consider talking to his lawyers, because he says he doesn't want any lawyers, but they are his consultants now.
He wants an out-of-court settlement. He understands he will be convicted if he...
We want to intimate about. He wants an out-of-court settlement. He understands he will be convicted if he goes through trial. Is he going to force the government or force the court to... or force the government to have an out-of-court settlement by just throwing tantrums in the court of law, in the room of... in the courtroom? He's claiming Britain wants him jailed, and that's between him and Britain now.
Right? Let me say this.
Yes, he wants a political solution. To be honest, right? Let me say this. Personally, I think they should have finished this case since. If he's going to go to prison, let him go. If he's going to go, let him go. Like, they should have sorted out this thing since. But this whole thing about political solution that they're talking about right now, that's what they should have started with. That's what they should have started with. All this Iregbe Tombakakile is just nonsense. They are telling them you can't do anything to you as if you are the creator of heaven and earth. After God is the government. In this life, no matter what you do, after God is the government. And let me tell you one of the things I've learned. I learned it from watching a movie. The movie was about the blinking eye. In case you want to watch that film, it's not part of the news, so but Kamati B shall not kill Ogun. Let me look for the title 1 second. I'll tell you this thing I learned from that thing.
So the movie was about the blinking eye.
So the movie was about the blinking eye.
The wipers that we use now.
Right? Essentially, the man invented wipers. The wipers that we use now on our cars. So, if I get the name of the movie, I'll tell you later. Flash of Genius. Perfect. That's the title of the movie. Flash of Genius. So he invented that, but then they got into this case with the company who had used it. Then they had issue with IP, intellectual property and stuff. Then he sued them. They went to court. And then, year after year, had a divorce, all kinds of things. The children were small, they became big, it was still at that game. This is what I learned from that thing. If you go to court with a corporate organization, they're going to go with government. The organization does not grow old. The government does not grow old. You are the one that will grow old. You're the one that will be miserable. You'll be able to spend time with family. You'll be there. You'll be telling government that you have no power. You have no power. Okay. Don't have a shake for you. Only my career or my career or Ogwejo. And lawyer lock power won't me. All my career Ogwejo. Don't have a buy or say. Oma wambe, I'm a sweat berry. You let's so comfort to measure. Government talking go. Government does not grow old. You're the one. You're the one in detention, you're the one that will be crying out. People have to calm down. But instead of that, people are saying he's fearless.
Everybody will be alright. Anyway.
Folks don't know the difference between confidence and arrogance. Everybody will be alright. Anyway, speaking of confidence and arrogance, this lady whose video I'm about to play is actually quite confident. She said some things and I was like, this lady is saying some factual stuff. I can't say I agree with everything she said, but a number of people have been sending me this video, and I thought, why not? If not, I mean, let's share it and let's all listen to it. And she's a Hausa lady, and take a listen to what she has to say, please.
Go, Biafra wants to go. What are you waiting for? Biafra wants to go. Biafra wants to go. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Have 5 of your states in this country. Lead by example. Leave those shops of yours. Leave those buildings of yours. Go back to your state and start developing it. If you are serious, develop your state. Develop your political system. Stand today and get people in the House of Representatives who would hear your voice and see if every Nigerian will not let you go. What benefit are you to us? You only leech on us in this country. We from the northern Nigeria can boldly say we have gained something from the southwestern part of Nigeria and the south-south. We collectively, Dangote today is established in the northern middle belt of this country in Kogi State, and it's also established in Lagos. That is mutual benefit. When it comes to political movement, we from the north unite. Even when Tinubu's people did not vote him, the northerners vote until Tinubu could find himself in power today. We allow the people from the north, from the south, to come to our state and invest freely. We allow them for growth. Of course, we do have conflicts once in a while, but the fact and the statistics of reality is here. Come and see them all over our places. Doing fine, doing well, establishing themselves, houses, schools, and all that. People from the southwest. We provide food. We provide food. We are the leaders in terms of agriculture in this nation. We provide food, and we take it to the west. And the south, majority of the food that's consumed in this nation comes from north. I want to ask a question. What is you people's benefit? What is it about you that if you go today, we're going to miss? What is it about you we're going to miss? Is it your importation business that involves so much exploitation? Is that what a Hausa man cannot do or a Yoruba man cannot do? I want to ask you a question. Do you have oil? You don't. It is the South-South and the Niger Delta area that have oil. And they don't even give us headache like the way you do. They cooperate with us. They do everything with us. What is you people's problem? What you talk about because your resources. What resources do you have? You'll be leeching off of everyone. If the Yorubas are talking, if the Niger Deltas are talking, yes, we can hear, but not you guys. What do you have to offer to Nigeria that we cannot offer ourselves? Okay, let's say we feed this country, yes, because of our flat lands, because of our agricultural prowess. You decide, okay, we'll stop feeding, we are going to feed the rest of the country. Can you do that? Can you, for example, do what the Yorubas are doing? Can you give us what the Yorubas are giving us? What are you giving us except what destroys our economy, which is importation? What are you giving us? So what's actually your pride? What is it? Because you have not found somebody who tells you the truth. What is your pride in this country? What is your pride? The fact that you leech off other people? The fact that we allow you to buy lands in our areas? Allow you to establish businesses that you grow out of it? And yet you're even too afraid to go back to your state. And yet you keep making noise every single day. If you are proud of who you are, start making your move now. Start making your move now. It's not about just disturbing everybody with noise and making fun up and down the place. See, it's about to go down. It's getting more serious every day. It's getting more serious every day. If you think you're going to creep up into the division of this country, we've gotten to know who you guys are, truly are. We're going to deal with it. We might not be able to deal with America fully, but you see those ones at home. You are an assignment we have put in our front.
That was a lot. That was a lot. The last bit she mentioned, they will not be able to reach folks in America, but the ones at home, she called them an assignment that they have in front of them. Wow.
Because I'm thinking in my head now, what else do I add to that?
Enough said.
Apart from saying that, maybe I will not be able to go as...
Because I'm thinking in my head now, what else do I add to that? Apart from saying that, maybe I will not be able to go as forceful because of my own personality. But let me tell you the truth, yeah? Most of what she said is correct. Just about everything she said is correct. Just about every single thing she said is correct. And here's the thing. People are getting fed up. The only reason I'm playing these things sincerely is just in case an able person, hears it and they begin to also speak amongst themselves. Because, believe it or not, the only ethnic group that is happy that Trump's about to, I mean, it's not going to happen, by the way, but this idea that America is going to invade Nigeria, Nigeria is going to scatter. And it's not to 1, 2, 5, 10, 20. No. It's like, if you are not thinking like that, you are the exception to the rule. Majority want it. Because for them, that's how they can get hype up. And I did a video last week, I mean, a few days ago. One is coming out tonight. Another one will come out much later.
The whole thing about the Christian genocide that's supposed to actually be something that has to do with the Middle Belt.
The whole thing about the Christian genocide that's supposed to actually be something that has to do with the Middle Belt, not Central, has been hijacked by a group that is, I mean, these people are killing themselves, though. They are Christian on Christian issue. That according to Governor Soludo, it says it's Peter, Emmanuel, and John in the forest in the south is killing people. That's what he said. So the issue now is folks from that place are hijacking that stuff and now celebrating the fact that Trump has said this because they want to have their republic. Chibuzo Nelson.
You know, there are things that you say that actually keep your people perpetually in bondage. You just said one of those things.
You know, there are things that you say that actually keep your people perpetually in bondage. You just said one of those things. And that's the result of what you're going to. That's the result you're going to get: perpetual bondage.
A lot of you. I mean, of course, like I always say, I like to say because
you guys don't think. A lot of you. I mean, of course, like I always say, I like to say because, I mean, this girl is bold.
The fact that she said it,
and also
because let me tell you something.
The fact that she said it, the way they say it, because let me tell you something. You know, okay, Mike is a power.
But they are parts of this country.
Right? There's some things I'll be like, okay, let's just say it this way. But they are parts of this country, and this has happened before. Before what happened in '66 happened, they won. We're going to talk about it in this book today. This is a book by Shehu Shagari. They won, and they used the newspaper then. The Northern newspaper, just like this lady is using TikTok now. They won. We will be doing rule of law. Rule of law.
If you like, learn from it.
If you like, learn from it. If you like, don't listen. Just be shouting that you are also in Nigeria. By the time you collect, you'll be all right. And the way it's going right now, since people are not going to change, Shashani, it's going to be very. The chances of you seeing the same thing happen in different parts of Nigeria, not just the north this time, the chances are high. But I don't think I want it. I want to see that kind of thing in Nigeria because let me tell you what's happening right now. A new generation has successfully created for themselves a reason to be hated. You know how the elders used to complain, they hate us, which of course is ridiculous. They hate us, we don't even know what we did. Of course we know. But what's happening right now is that a new generation has created a new reason for those who want, or an excuse for those who want to hate you.
The point is, it's not like you want Nigeria to break.
Because you want Nigeria to, and the point is, it's not like you want Nigeria to break. You want Nigeria to be violently destroyed so that you can have your nation, which will never rise from the ashes if something like that happens. You will live underground. You will live under the ashes. You will never rise. There will be no phoenix anywhere in your part of the country. That's the truth.
I thought to play that because
I don't know why any sane person will be celebrating invasion. Anyway, I thought to play that because she made most of what she said, if not all. She was right on point. I'm going to begin to ask those questions. What are certain people actually contributing? Like, if they remove me, or if they remove Yoruba people from Nigeria now, how will it affect other people? If they remove this ethnic group from Nigeria now, how will they affect other people? Be asking yourselves. Everybody will be all right. All right. We have to move on. I just read some comments on YouTube and also on TikTok that will move to the topic itself. Please don't stop tapping on TikTok. Excuse me, we're on 68k likes now. Let's get it to 100k. Thank you very much. And please click on the heart icon and drop a heart to me. Drop a gift on TikTok. If they remove Yoruba, who will be okay?
I'm Yoruba, so I would never tell you what you miss.
See, it's not a question to be answered in public. I'm Yoruba, so I will never tell you what you will miss if I leave. I can tell you that if you leave sincerely, nobody will miss anything, because everything you are doing, someone else can do it. And it's not what you are doing does not require any expertise like that.
You know, that's why I was laughing when the other group of clowns said they were going to have an economic blockade.
You know, that's why I was laughing when the other group of clowns said they were going to have an economic blockade. You're not a manufacturer.
You buy from this person,
you're a middleman.
Sell it to that person.
You're a trader.
What does that require?
You buy from this person and sell it to that person. What does that require?
You are importing, and importation actually.
You're not creating it.
More than anybody can think.
You are importing, and importation actually harms the economy more than anybody can think of. I mean, really, I think I had a session when I talked about the best years that Nigeria had. So somebody threatened and said, we're going to get out of Nigeria. You guys are, we're going to show you paper. And I was like, listen, you should do that. Because the best times in Nigeria, and I'm not joking about this, I'll see if I can find that video, I'll let you know, because I don't want to change the topic. The best times Nigeria had in terms of GDP growth, believe it or not, was actually during the war.
It's almost unbelievable that the GDP growth Nigeria had.
Almost unbelievable that the GDP growth Nigeria had during the Biafran War, Nigeria has not had it. Nigeria has not had. We've not had it since then.
In other words,
and that was when we really grew. In other words, and of course, the person in charge was Awo. If you read Yakubu Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman by J. Samuel Ligo, the 1970 budget had surplus. I don't know of any other budget since then that had a surplus. We had a war. We prosecuted a war without borrowing anything, and we still had GDP growth. And let me tell you one crazy part. The only thing we missed when the Igbos left in '67, believe this or not, it's in the market committee records. Lagos Market Committee records was put together during the war. The only thing Lagos missed in September of '67, and then on a monthly basis, like £100
was all the money.
£100 was all the money. They were like, the difference between the revenue of the previous month and that month after they left was £100.
And I've said this every time.
Because people will plug in. And I've said this several times. One of the problems we have is actually importation. Yesterday I was watching a video. It was of Kwam singing about Okoya, about Okoya. They showing the Liganza. Liganza at Tijoy and the flasks, the big, coolers and everything.
Why don't we have those things anymore?
Why? Thank God that at least he has rebranded. But why don't we have those things anymore? And those things. And if you put stuff inside a Liganza product, I don't know if they're still making those things anymore. Before you know what's happening, you start having these plastic substandard products that all of us now have to start using.
Which means that what you're really doing is that you're exporting
because it's cheaper.
To other countries.
Which means that what you're really doing is that you're exporting your jobs to other countries.
And then you are destroying the manufacturing base of your own country.
Right? And then you are destroying the manufacturing base of your own country.
People say things.
And let's not mince words. The manufacturing hub with Nigeria. People say things to make you look as if they're doing federal character. The North has this, the West has this, the East also has this. It's not true.
What you do is to trade.
The manufacturing hub of Nigeria is the Southwest.
But it's not like.
What you do is to trade, which is important.
I'll say this.
But it's not like
I don't even think we are indispensable.
it's indispensable. I'll say this, even as a Yoruba man, I don't even think we are indispensable. I don't think that's the proper way to think. You know why? Yoruba man so okon.
Nothing will happen. Even in our lives.
You can't have this thing in your mind like, without me, nothing will happen. Even in our lives. The day you say that, that's when you discover that they can always find, a replacement for you.
It's not just to buy and sell.
But you, to be honest, if they remove you, nothing, everybody will replace you. It's not just to buy and sell. And it's not like we have right now we are buying and selling. It just means we're going to expand the base and hopefully reduce the importation of fake products. Everybody will be all right, but nobody should talk nonsense around here. Anyway, YouTube comments, then we'll go to the topic.
Let's get YouTube comments and then go.
Thank you very much for listening. Let's get YouTube comments and then we'll go. As I changed, I just had a flashback of something.
Damala Odubanjo on YouTube says investors invest where they can guarantee their investment.
Damala Odubanjo on YouTube says investors invest where they can guarantee their investment will be secured and not destroyed by miserable people with a deranged mindset of victimhood.
Like I said the other day, folks from the
You know,
South
folks are talking about the steel plant, and like I said the other day, folks from the Southeast are complaining, why is there steel plant in Yoruba land? Why is there steel plant in Yoruba land? Like, would there be steel plant in your place that you are killing people and you are saying is that other person's fault? That's why I said, and please, a lesson to learn from all of this for our own personal lives. Don't be the victim in your life. Don't be a victim.
If something happens,
don't be a victim.
Even if somebody's at fault, I mean, address the issue.
If something happens,
just see what you
even if somebody's at fault, I mean, address the issue.
Don't be a crybaby.
But just see what you can do about it. Don't be a crybaby.
It's not something to give your kids.
Especially if you have children.
See where I am right now. I would have gone.
It's not something to give your kids. Oh, see that person this. See where I am right now. I would have gone further than this. So it was because one uncle did this, one brother did this, one somebody did this. Before you know it, you have put in that child the fact that you have removed their agency for growth. Everything that's progress depends on an outside force, right? Why am I saying that? The Southeast blames everybody but themselves. Is this person? Is this person? Is this person? Once you have that mindset, you will destroy your home self because you are trying to prove a point. Because you carry hate in you. That's why the only group in Nigeria that says everybody hates them is the one that I wonder who they love. But may God bless you in Jesus' name. So investors will only invest in places that work, not in. And I don't think the Southeast cannot work. I think the Southeast can work. But I think the Southeast has a lot of work to do. I mean, recently, Alan Oyema, the CEO of Airpeace, was complaining about land that he brought. He bought land in Anambra to build a place to service airplanes. And it became an issue. Oh, his ancestral land. You cannot have it. The government cannot sell it to you. Until you have to move it to Lagos. Is it that they forced him to move it, or the home is unbearable and not conducive for growth? Anyway, that's about that. Truth Niger, an Igbo person who is always disturbing me on YouTube, by the way, says the Southwest contribution is based on federal support. Which region has federal supported the way the Southwest has? You are very dull, though. You say your name is Truth Niger. Just call yourself Lie Biafra.
So it is federal government that
Lie Biafra. So it is federal government that is making Oyo State have a revenue higher than the Southeast combined. Even when you combine all the states in Southeast, multiply everything by 2.
Of everything generated in Southeast.
Oyo State revenue is almost times 3 of everything generated in Southeast. It's the federal government that made that happen. That's why I said, you guys don't know how to take responsibility for anything. Let's just move away from bad things. No, let me go back up. Okay. Someone says, just join the program. What happened to you, Professor? Oh, I was talking about the accident, but thank God for safety. I mean, the car was, but we thank God that we are here to have a session. Got caught up in the rain yesterday. After the session, I drove to pick my eldest, and then some things happened, and parked the car. We went to get help. Before I got back there, a lunatic has bammed me and destroyed the windshield, the booth, everywhere. But we thank God for life. So that's what happened. That's what I was talking about earlier. Moving on quickly. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Taiwo Banuso and FFT. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to be here. It's surreal. I just thought several times I was in the car when that clown hit the car. I was alone. But yeah, I will lie. But it was crazy, man. It was crazy. But God is good. All right. Aboye Bekpo. Agbetikunote. My brother, good to see you. It's been a minute. Chibuzo Nelson says, I know you will blame us for that again. No, I don't blame people for that. I'm not you. I'm Yoruba. Don't get me mixed up with something. My name is not Busui Chuku. It's Adebusui. So I can't blame you. I wasn't raised to blame you, but I don't raise my children to do that as well. A retard like you would do that, by the way, but we're not in the same category. Thank you, McNich. Thank you. I don't blame you. What can you do? Olagunju Emmanuel Ayobode says, people teaching their mother tongues in most developed countries. It's a good development if you can do same in Yoruba land. That's McNich, thank you, sir. That's what he was. I think he was saying that when we were talking about using the native language as the language of instruction in schools. So thank you for that. Amatan and Rain says, in effect, yes. Someone says Chinese parents in the US send their children to Chinese language schools on the weekends. Absolutely. People are beginning to do that, you know. Not so much in Yoruba land, mostly in the UK and also in Canada. Years ago, let me tell one story. Years ago, my friend was organizing something for a gala in Abuja. And I was like, maybe we should do something for Yoruba as well. I was like, why? We're in Abuja, of course. Like, why? Like, you can't do it for Yoruba people. I said, why? He said, because all of you raised your children to speak your language. I was like, you know, because then we were complaining that, we have to make sure our language doesn't, go extinct. We have to teach our children. It was like, everyone speaks the language.
So, I think the next
level is a business. Not necessarily to teach Yoruba language, which is important. So, I think the next level is actually what we're discussing right now. Not necessarily to teach Yoruba language, which is important, by the way, but to teach in Yoruba language. In other words, teach physics using Yoruba, teach mathematics in Yoruba language, teach everything. And it's easier to connect. The examples you're giving is what people can, you're talking about what the kids can see around them. Not, you're using examples of something that happened that you don't, sorry, you have not seen. So yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing. People say some of them haven't recovered from the shock of Ojukwu abandoning his people at the war front and fleeing. Many are still delusional because of it. I think even at the birthday some days ago, Ojukwu and some people were, but I didn't bother to talk about it because it doesn't really matter. All right, let's move on very fast. The man Kanu will realize what he has stepped on when they send him to jail or prison on November 21st. I think that would be good. If they don't send him to prison, let them send him to prison. Let them send him to prison. I just don't like the fact that it's taking so long. But yeah, he's the one delaying now. So 21st, can't run law. And it's quite funny, right, that folks are saying that he's being persecuted because he's a Christian, all this nonsense. And Americans are buying it. Because, like I said the other day, Americans are not the best when it comes to knowing what's happening outside America. But it is well. All right. Someone says prison or the gallows. Are there still gallows?
TikTok. Olori says teaching the subjects
okay.
made students understand the subject.
TikTok. Olori says teaching the subjects in Yoruba made students understand the subject better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. Okay, a few more things on YouTube before we move on. I want to make sure I read as many things from here as possible. Someone says, and if Nnamdi Kanu goes to jail, oh, no, I don't know people there.
This is just what they have to do. If it's going to be,
see, what I want is this is just what they have to do. If it's going to be, if it's going to be political solution, let them do it. If they're going to jail him, let them do it. Whatever they want to do, they should do it. That's my own stance. But the idea that if he goes to prison, and what he did, Choko was close prison. Apologies for code mixing, but Concilium, èèyàn burúkú pọ̀ ní TikTok yìí tẹ̀lé lọ. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Tí Ọbásanjọ́ go jail.
Chibuzo, you are the animal living in the zoo now. See what your home looks like. It's already down.
Chibuzo, you are the animal living in the zoo now. Don't you see what your home looks like? It's already down. Your part of the country has already gone down, and it will keep
everything
I
you're
don't have
saying
to
for
finish
Nigeria,
that one,
for
but
only
it's
for-
already down anyway.
I just feel sorry for the young ones.
Everything you are saying for Nigeria, you only experience it in your part of the. I just feel sorry for the young ones who are growing up in the. I mean, you're going to pour this nonsense into them like your father's poured it into you. Just hate. The zoo will go down. That's your zoo. But let's read a few more things before we go.
Okay, this is cool. The unavailability of Igbo history.
Okay, this is Kubo. The unavailability of Igbo history is a very big kilo. Igbo history very long. The unavailability of Igbo history is a very big problem. We don't understand how or where they got their supremacist uncooperative ideology from. We actually do. I just don't like talking about it.
You know what I did? That was a while back.
I don't like talking about it.
I was seeing things that were not very.
You know what I did? That was a while back. Because I was seeing things that were not very palatable about these folks. So I tried to get as many books as I could on that subject. I got books to the point where I got the one winning life while I'm talking about Ife. One day I'm going to bring that book and I will discuss it. There's a reason they are arrogant and like that. There's a reason. I won't say everything because, of course, that's not today's topic. But here's a very short thing. I'll give you a parable.
If a person has been deprived of something,
If a person has been deprived of something,
let me just say this way.
The example I want to give you is a group abroad, but I won't mention any group. Let me just say it this way.
You know, you can write it if you like.
Don't write it in the comment section. Just know it in your heart. Because if you write in the comment section, you can write it if you like.
In a particular country, in the West.
There's a group.
That group.
In a particular country in the West.
Or the builders. They say they are the
that group
of that country.
Always claims to be the builder or the builders. They say they are the builders of that country.
And at some point,
and they say it again and again and again. And at some point, you almost believe them until you discover the fact that just because a people claim to have built a place does not mean the idea was theirs. So, for instance, every component of production, every factor of production is important, right? But you see,
labor is mostly human.
How do you say this? Labor is mostly human. Of course, until it becomes AI and robots. But if there are four major factors of production, there are four major factors. They're not Jews. It's not Jews. Jews don't claim to build the world. Jews don't even like you saying they are the ones who have built it. If you do, they'll call you anti-Semite. And they're doing it intentionally for another reason. So it's not even the Jews. I don't want to mention their name, but you will get it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, I think somebody is already getting it. There are four factors of production, right? There's land, there's capital, there's entrepreneurship, and there's labor. If labor always claims to be the one that built, technically you could say they are the ones that built it, like the labor. But in reality, are they the ones that built it? Did they get the land? Did they get the capital? Do they have the entrepreneurship mindset that actually built it? Or were they the ones that they were the hands and legs that actually built? That is, whenever you hear labor telling the world that they built the business, it's a sign that they are not the enterprise. I don't even know if I'm not complicating matters.
If a person keeps telling you, we built it,
let me sit down that way.
Without us, this thing cannot work.
If a person keeps telling you, we built it, without us, this thing cannot work, without us, this thing cannot work, they're only telling you that they are labor. The thing about labor is that labor can be replaced. Enterprise, not so easily. Why? The brains that build the company is not the one that is doing the work. The one that is doing the work is important. Everybody is important. Land is important. Capital is important. Labor is important. But see that entrepreneur, that entrepreneur is the one who actually brings everything together that makes it work. He's the one that builds. Now, why is it that of all the groups in the US, only one claims to be their labor is not just one group. They are Irish who go to America as indentured servants. There are Indians and there are Italians. There are different groups that got there and worked as
built America.
labor, right? But there's one that's always saying, we built America.
The reason is not that
Why do they say
I'm not
that?
saying they didn't build. They were part of the building, right? And they are
The reason is not that
important
they did not,
to
I'm not saying they didn't
Why
build,
do
they
you
were
always
part
say
of
that we
the
are the ones who
building,
built?
right? And they are important, and you have to acknowledge
The
what they did.
reason is
But why
not
do they always say that we are the ones who
unconnected
built?
from the history, which tells you
The
how they
reason
got there.
is not unconnected from the
The way they
history,
got there
which
is
tells
what
you how
determines-
they
I mean,
got
is
there.
actually the reason for this.
The way they got there is what
expression,
determines,
we built
is
America.
actually the reason for
If
this
you-
expression, we
I'm
built
saying a lot of
America.
things, but I hope you get what I'm saying.
If you,
The way they
I'm
got
saying a lot of
there
things,
was
but I hope you get what I'm
wọ́n
saying.
lọ fúnra wọn.
The way they got there was that wọn ò lọ fúnra wọn.
Now that they
They
have
were
freedom,
taken
they
there
have
against
to
their
accept
will.
that this is something
Now
we
that
did.
they have freedom, they have
And
to
they say
accept
that, to be
that
honest, to
this is something that we
compensate
did.
for
And
their
they say
status
that,
in the land
to
at
be
the
honest,
time
to
they were
compensate
contributing,
for their status in the land at the
contributing
time they
their
were
development of the
contributing,
nation. So you don't see the Italians say it, you don't
contributing
see
their
the-
quota in
you
the
know,
development
they
of the
were
nation.
also- I mean,
So you don't see the
it's
Italians say
funny,
it, you don't see the,
Irish in
and they
America,
were also,
they also have a very
if you study,
pathetic
the Irish in America,
but you don't hear them
they
saying
have, they also have a very
they were
pathetic
part
story.
of it. I mean, they were so bad
But you
in
don't hear
the
them saying they
1920s.
built
There were
America,
signboards
but they
in
were
different
part
parts
of it.
New York that they would say,
It was so bad in the
no-
1920s.
no
There were
blacks,
signboards in different parts of New York that they would say,
Jews,
no,
like that.
no blacks, no
They were
Irish,
not
I think no Jews, no
respected.
rats,
This was in
something like that.
1920s. But about 40 years later,
They were
America
not
got its first
respected.
Irish
And this was in the
president.
1920s. But about 40 years
dogs, thank
later,
you.
America
No
got
blacks,
its
no
first
Irish,
Irish
no
president,
Jews, no
JFK. No dogs, thank you.
The
No blacks,
1920s.
no Irish,
40
no
years
Jews,
later,
no dogs.
America produced its first
In the
Irish
1920s.
president.
40 years later,
Interestingly, this is
America
the funny thing.
produced its
Interestingly,
first Irish
I think I
American
said
president,
the other
Irish
day
president.
that we've only had
Interestingly,
two
this is the
Catholic
funny
presidents
thing.
in America in 249
Interestingly,
years.
I think I said the other day
Interestingly, both of
that
them
we've only
are
had
Irish.
two Catholic presidents in America in
Both of them are
249
Irish.
years.
That's interesting.
And interestingly, both of them are Irish.
Scottish. Is
I just
Biden
thought about
Irish
it
or
right now.
Scottish?
It's quite interesting. Is he Irish or Scottish? Is Biden Irish or Scottish?
Biden is Scottish, right? Is Biden Irish?
Biden is Scottish, right? Is Biden Irish?
Yeah, he's Irish. I just want to be sure I'm correct. Thank you. So they are both Irish.
Yeah, he's Irish. I just want to be sure I'm correct. Thank you. So they're both Irish.
1920s, no Irish, no blacks, no dogs.
But
And the Irish
1920s, no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. And the Irish also suffered. But what am I saying with all of my Turenchi?
Always saying we build this.
Someone had written in the comment section.
The ones who develop this.
Whenever you see a group always saying we build this,
They are trying to.
we are the ones who develop this place, we develop that place.
And for the most
They are
part,
trying to
that's something
compensate for
else
something
they're
else.
compensating for has to do with their
And
loss
for the most part, that's something else that they're compensating for has to do with their loss of freedom. It is slaves that think like that. That's the sum of everything I'm trying to say. Slaves are the ones who think like that.
There were no slaves in Yoruba land, for instance. But you see,
And
Yoruba
when I
land
say
has
slaves
this
think like that, I'm not saying that there were no slaves in Yoruba land, for instance. But you see, Yoruba land has this fantastic structure. Again, it's not a perfect culture, but that's a fantastic structure that allows for upward social mobility.
become a member of society.
So even if you were a slave, you could, become a member of society and rise through the ranks and become something of worth in society to the point where it will not even matter.
No, the other day I was just
But when you are in a society where that stigma is always there, no, the other day I was just doing a study on this whole slavery thing. I was like, there are a lot of Koreans that were taken to Japan. We can't tell the difference because it's the same, quote unquote, they look alike. So you don't really see that. But in America, the people who are enslaved and those that they enslaved, they look different. So it's difficult to integrate in that sense. In Nigeria,
and the people who were enslaved, they may look alike.
it's the people who were enslaved and the people who were enslaved, they may look alike, but the people that were enslaved have chosen not to integrate or assimilate into another person's culture. And so what they do, I'm not mentioning any group, you can fill in the gaps. What they do is to stand in other people's culture and declare that they are better than everybody because they are really trying to make up for something they didn't have. For instance, when they look back in history, everything, when different ethnic groups are saying, we did this 1,000 years ago, we did this years ago, they can't, they don't have that. So the only way to assert that our not one bed is to say we own this place, we build this place, we develop this place, we did this thing. In reality, it's actually a way, it's a coping mechanism. You're making up for something that you lost or that you didn't have. And for now, I'm not going to go straight because I don't want to. Because if I do, I cannot. The reason I'm talking like this, to be honest, let me tell you the truth. The reason is because my mind is going to some books. I want to refer to some books and open them, and I'm trying not to do that so that I don't change the topic. But to be honest, for the most part, when people always shouting, we are bigger than you, we are stronger than you, they are making up for something. They are latecomers in most regards. And also there's this thing of civilization that got to them a bit late. And then there's a part of slavery that was institutionalized by outside forces in their space. And it affected them badly. And there's no societal structure to make up for that. So they have to find that worth in Nigeria. That's a lot of stuff, and I hope you got the message. All right. Without having to, I don't want to open any books on that matter.
We must make sure we read.
Topic has changed here. And today we must make sure we read the book.
All right.
All right. Sean, no, it's not Sean. Sean Lugbomoso. San láàrin ajé ló mú ní pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀. Ajé náà ló jẹ́ ká pẹ́kọ̀rọ̀ eléyìí. Ajé pé every time we come around here, we spend too much time on the news, and not every time. This week, for the most part, we've not been discussing the stuff a lot. Ayodeji says, "Eje Kimbo JT Bastin."
It's actually difficult for me to believe I've never met you, Ayodeji.
You know, it's actually difficult for me to believe I've never met you, Ayodeji, because the way you know exactly. You have an Bastin, for instance. See.
Let me tell you the reason I don't want to.
A day will come when we have such sessions.
Number one, I don't want to.
It's just that let me tell you the reason I don't want to go into some of those books is that, number one, I don't want to change the topic. Number two, there are some things in that book that it's difficult to say it without hurting people.
I want to deal with this.
So you are always, I don't like to I want to deal with these people with these books. But it's difficult. It's difficult. Some people's history be like curse. If you curse, not curse as in school curse, so like curse like a gun. I don't want to make people feel. There's no reason for that. But this long and short of it is this: every time a group tells you, we own the place, we build the place, that group is not at the top of the ladder; is at the bottom. Is trying to make up for something. It's trying to make up for something, and it's not necessary. I'll give an example. In Yoruba land, I've mentioned this before in one of our sessions. In Yoruba land, there are families that we know that their ancestor came in maybe as a slave or something happened. But there is no Yoruba person born of a woman who will go to such families and tell them that you guys are Kineko. Why? They've integrated. And you that want to curse them, I want to insult them. Do you know if somewhere along your own, family line or your lineage, there's someone like that was a slave? Onoloji Eruni Baba, Omerun Doba, Ibiojubi, Basheberu Labomo. Those are sayings in Yoruba language that tells exactly how we think of social mobility. And it's not available everywhere. Ibiojubi, Basheberu Labomo. That kind of saying actually tells you as Omo that Fare Bale, you're not better than a slave, in the sense that don't try and put in that. I'm not saying that because of that we have never maltreated slaves. That will happen. But as a society, there is this thing that helps you manage relationships so that even the person can also become one of you. And so there's no need for you to go around saying, I developed this old Ibadan. You don't hear that among Yoruba people, because even when they've contributed a quota, there's that what's the word? There's that humility that comes with it. There's humility. But if you don't deal with that as a society, you're going to be left with many people with low self-esteem. And anybody that's always shouting, I'm better than you, I built this, I developed your land, is suffering from low self-esteem. He's just trying to cope and make up for it by insulting everybody and saying it's better. He's not. For him to say it's better means that he has compared. And to compare in that sense, in that context, means you know that you are smaller.
It's a fact of life, and it's a very good example.
I know everything I'm saying, I'm not mentioning any group, but it's a fact of life, and it's a very good example in Nigeria. Only one group in Nigeria says that thing, and that's their history. It's actually a history of slavery. I was responding to something that Kubu said, that we don't know where they came. We know where, even they don't know where they came from. But the truth of the matter is, that group that says it is because of the history of slavery. And
Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by
I have to. 2 books. Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Okudiba Noli. If you read that one, it will give you a very good understanding of what I'm talking about. And the other one has the name of the ethnic group inside it, so I don't want to mention it. But if you read Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by Okudiba Noli, you will see where this is coming from. What do I wish people? I wish you what I wish myself. Joy, growth, independence, evolution, prosperity. Because I can only give what I have. Olagunju Emmanuel says they were slaves in the past, and when they were freed, they worked as they did when they were slaves. They were using the strength of the slaves.
They're using the strength of the slave, and they were able to become stronger. They were slaves.
They're using the strength of the slaves, and they were able to become stronger. They were slaves. A few more things. Balogun Gumola became ruler of Ibadan, who was once Kuromi slave. Thank you very much, Kubu, for putting that out there. Roti Mikade, what you said, they were enslaved in their own lands until the advent of the British. Olagunju Ayobode, thank you for confirming that Biden is Irish. And I mentioned that intentionally, by the way, that if the Irish, and I've had this conversation with my black friends, like when they say all these things, the truth of the matter is, American history in the 1920s, the blacks in some cases were actually ahead of some of these groups. But we're not discussing American history today. They were actually ahead of some of these groups. That does not mean that they didn't face issues, or especially with all those races and all that. But they had cities built, and they actually had. That's why I also don't like it when I listen to certain black people in America when they have this conversation and their only reference point for the American experience is slavery. It's a shame.
And you have to read about only one.
And it's painful. And I'm not even black American, but it's painful. And you have to read about only one person for you to see how demeaning that mindset is. Read about the man called George Washington Carver. He was a slave. But that man was a Christian. That man did things that
you can't think of it. This man.
You cannot think of him and think of slavery. Get the point? Like, you can't think of him. This man produced
200 products from soybeans,
or invented about 200 products from soybeans. About 250 products from peanuts. Think about a person bringing out shampoo from groundnut.
You have those people to look up to.
Shampoo from groundnut.
When you have those people to look up to,
or you have this man, Vivian Thomas, the one who developed some amazing techniques that has to do with surgery in Johns Hopkins University. These are black people. Also invented, freezers and traffic lights and things like that. And the point is that you don't have, when people want to push a victim narrative, they don't mention these people.
They don't mention these people. They just
Yes, Python D, Blue Heart Babies. That's Vivian Thomas.
Yes, that's true. But there's more.
They don't mention these people. They just mention, oh, they were slaves. I'm like, yes, that's true, but there's more. How about this person? How about this person? How about that person? How about this person? I would rather be, I mean, I acknowledge the evil of the past, but I would rather be gingered by these people talking about this shit. Like, if they could do it, I can do it.
This is a black invention.
Yes, I mentioned that. Traffic lights, refrigerator.
These
are black inventions, right? These are things that could actually make people want to say, okay, I'll also do better. But no, they'll be going to see what they did to us when we're kiniko. And that's the same mindset you see in some parts of Nigeria. There is no way there's nothing good about an ethnic group. There is no way where you want to have a conversation about an ethnic group. You say nothing else but the time when they suffered. Whenever you have conversations like that, why don't you just acknowledge this thing? You hate those people. Intentionally. Look at American politics. It's a very, very good way of keeping people down. Just speak to their trauma. And when you have conversations, do this trauma bonding. Oh, see what they do to me too. Hey, yeah, I'm sorry. It's like this book that they published. What's the name of this guy? Why Europe Underdeveloped Africa? You know, when I first saw the book, I thought it was, I mean, I'm not saying it's good. He has his own killing, but it's not inspiring. You're just angry.
What next?
After your anger, what will you now do? How Europe underdeveloped Africa?
We take responsibility for nothing.
What next?
They did this to us.
There's no agency. We take responsibility for nothing. They did this to us, and then we are there. Then we are angry. Then we now trade the stories. Hey, yeah, see what they did to me. Hey, yeah, see what they did to me. That's all. Those who conquer the world don't sit around moping. They acknowledge what is wrong. They're not hiding from it, but they don't have these meetings where they have trauma bonding, like some people like us to have in Nigeria. And if you don't agree with them, they'll say you hate them, you're a bigot. That's because they're not thinking. Like now we are in mess now. We're in deep soup with all this issue of Boko Haram and terrorism and America getting in. So what do you do about it?
Is their fault or is their fault?
You hear about the president talking about diplomatic options and things. No, you don't sit and say, is their fault or is their fault? If you do it as an ethnicity, if you become president, that's what you tell us. Let me tell you, it's the fault of one governor in the north. It's one that started it. What will you do now? No, it's their fault, it's their fault. Anyway, let's move away from all this. I think I've taken all the comments on YouTube. Even Lord Lugard delivered them from slavery. And they curse him daily. Jesus is Lord.
What's the title of the book?
JT. It's not JT, it's GT Bastard. What's the title of the book? If I mention the title of the book, I mention the ethnic group. And today, I don't want to mention it in this context. But if you reach me on Telegram, I'll tell you. Motolani Sahid, I need your WhatsApp number. I want to show you a video about the beauty of Yoruba language. I am proud to be a Yoruba man. I almost thought you were a woman because of the first name. Please, you can reach me on Telegram at Sweet Oris. Thank you very much. Please send it to me. I'd like to see it as well. All right, let's move on. Let's go. So we have every day, the way we have these sessions, we have the news, then we go to class. Normally, we're supposed to bring people up, but instead of bringing people up, I said to read your comments on different platforms. 1 second. Facebook, let me read what you also have to say. And then we'll go to class. Maybe Twitter as well. So on Facebook, someone says, this man is correct about the Boko Haram. He started in disguise of a religion, something the so-called community leaders, people and religion leaders were condemning it until Yaradua dealt. Until Yaradua dealt with them. Some stupid Muslims were sympathizing with them, and I was so happy how it backfired. Even though I am a Muslim, it backfired to the extent that they started finishing the Muslims in different local governments in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. I will 100% blame our Muslim scholars. Most of them are very stupid. Ades says, Ades, I'm coming. Stupid Bawo. I 100% blame our Muslim scholars. The only scholar that was trying to educate the locals where the Boko Haram was spreading was killed in the mosque after he was warned, but he wasn't afraid of death. I have forgotten his name. This is Abdulladi Mohammed Ibn Abdurrahman on Facebook. That's strong. Well, thank you for your comment. Investors Victory says, imagine Yoruba tenants telling me to go back to my state, like he's even from Ogun State laws. It's like me telling the Calabar man to go back to his state in River State. Investors Victory. All of you are always having Yoruba tenants in Yoruba land, but you're always crying that nobody's renting houses to you. When you are done with your delusion, you will wake up. Ades says, please drop your account number. I would like to give you something towards your car.
So let's let me drop it, right?
That's...
We'll go to class in a second. So let's do what...
Let me drop it, right? And then we'll go to class in a second. So let's do what Ades says. Ades, thank you very much. God bless you.
I'll put it up, then I'll take it off. So
interesting. Thank you.
Let me just do what he's saying right now.
I'll put it up, then I'll take it off so I can get to class. But let me just do what he's saying right now.
I think it's showing that.
All right.
So it's up there. Thank you very much.
I think it's showing now. Okay, thank you. So it's up there. Thank you very much. It is well. It is well. It is well. I just thank God for life, to be honest.
Parenting is actually quite interesting, isn't it?
Kilabati, but parenting is actually quite interesting, isn't it? I think it's beautiful as well because you're able to see beyond yourself. Me on a normal day, but you start getting worried about.
Thank you very much for your offer. And yes, please,
but it's good. Thank God for grace. And thank you very much for your offer. And yes, please, if you want to support, please use the bank details. I'll put it up again. But please, I'll just leave it on for like a minute. But I'll take it off when I want to start reading, so that we don't get distracted. I'll bring it up back. I'll bring it back up much later. Thank you very much. So we've been reading this book, Beckon to Serve, trying to discuss how Nigeria's first republic ended. A dear friend asked me yesterday about the different republics we've had in Nigeria, and I said this is the fourth republic, and the fourth one. The first republic started in 1963. It ended in 1966. That was just for 3 years. The Second Republic started in 1979, but it ended December 1983. That was for 4 years. I'll go back over this. The third one started in 92-93 and ended with Abacha's takeover. That was around 95. And then we have the fourth now, which started in 1999. So this is the longest that we've had, which is why I see it as insane for anybody to be calling for military takeover. The first republic was destroyed by the military in 1966. Where people wanted to rule Nigeria perpetually. They wanted the ethnic group to be in domination or to be in control of the country. Right? Facts, by the way. This is not. I'm just saying it. Then you had the Second Republic, 1979, was also essentially destroyed by the military. It was the military coup in 83 December that brought in Muhammadu Buhari, Austin Shekari. Although we didn't have the president, wasn't declared president at the time. That's Chief MK Abiola. We had a Senate. Right. We had governors.
The governors were elected.
Right. I don't know if you remember. Our states had governors. The governors were elected and they were sworn in. Even though it wasn't for a very long time. We had governors, we had representatives, all of those things. For a very short while, and then Abacha came and dabarooed everything. So if you really think about it, Nigeria's history, the longest we've spent in a civilian government or democracy is between 1999 and 2025. It's not even up to 30 years. McNich, yes, 92-93 was when Jagaban was senator. It was also when Olubadan was senator. A lot of people got into politics around that time. Right? It was when what was this man's name? Kolakwa Shola was the governor of Oyo State, because I was in Ibadan at the time. I think Oshoba was in Ogun State, or was it 99 he came to Ogun State? I don't know if he was there at the time, but definitely he came back in 99. So, and that's why, you see, when we do this comparison and say things like, look at America, This is 2025. Next year, America's Declaration of Independence will be 250 years. Let's think about it. That's 2.5 centuries. We are just 2.5 decades.
Look at America. And the foundation they had,
we're always shouting, look at America, look at America. And the foundation they had, we don't even have.
It's not just, we...
And I've repeated that again and again because it's important to say it. It's not just, we have to move beyond just talking about the things that we see to going at the things that we don't see. Why? Because the things that we see are the products of things that we don't see. Even the Bible says that the things that are seen are made of things that do not appear.
The visible things are made of the invisible.
In the book of Hebrews, so the things that are seen, the visible things are made of the invisible things, things that do not appear. What are things that don't appear? Identity.
The norms of the people, their mores. Those are
value system.
What's the word now?
The norms of the people, their mores. Those are what's the word now? Invisible things, inanimate ideas, inanimate things. They are thoughts, they are ideas. You can't touch them, but you can feel they exist. You can see the effects. What we are bothered about, right, in our country is the effect. We are bothered about the effects of those things without thinking about the things that we cannot see. So, I'll give an example. Yesterday, I saw my guys after lunch to Kauayo. For some weird reason, I wanted to watch something on Chinese. 36 years of civilian rule. No, it's not 36 years. It's 26. Abi?
Is it 36?
Wait, oh. Is it 36?
99 to 2009 is 10 years.
Are you sure?
It's 26.
99 to 2009 is 10 years.
Previous ones that was caught.
It's 26 now.
It's 26.
No, you can't add previous ones. Previous ones that was caught. It's 26.
There's no continuity.
It's 26. You can't say, oh, we have something in 79. There's no continuity.
83
so you do something for 4 years and you wait another
5 years. So
83 to 93 is 10 years. 93 to 98 is 5 years. So another 15 years. Everything you learnt, you've forgotten. You are starting again. Then you forgot, then you start again. I was saying something earlier. Oh boy. Okay, I was talking about watching Chinese engineering, and the skyscrapers. The different cities: Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, I think is what it's called. That one that's mountains and all and valleys. We look at the trams and the trains and the cars and the bridges and all of those things, but those are the things that we can see. Those things were made from things that are not seen, which number one is the vision of their leaders, but even that is built on something else. It's built on the philosophy of their people, which is essentially Confucianism, which dictates their values, their norms. They think alike, they have the same identity. 90% of Chinese are one ethnicity. They belong to one ethnicity. One. Think about it. 90% of 1.4 billion people are of one ethnicity.
All of China. We are about 200 million.
90% of all of China.
China has 50.
We are about 200 million people. We are about 300 and something groups, and we don't have one major group. China has 56 ethnic groups. One is about 92%. The remaining 55 constitute the remaining 8%. There is not. They can have their say if they can. I don't know. They can't have their say like that. But you get the point. The point is that you have a big majority. Those are the things that actually make for societal nation building. But for some reason, we don't want to talk about those things in Nigeria. We think it's, oh, you want to bring things. That's the only way you can build Nigeria. All of that to say that our problems are structural, and I hope that with all this that's going on, maybe now, maybe later, we have to restructure this country. And if we don't do that, there will be only one other option, which is to disintegrate. And I don't know if we are ready for it. It's not that I don't want it, but I don't know if we are ready for it as a nation. In other words, àwọn ibi tó ń dárúkọ kan fẹ́ lọ máa set up wọ́n fẹ́ máa gbé kinní síbẹ̀ láti ìfẹ́ sọ ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wọ́n fẹ́ máa gbé ẹ̀wọ̀n tó ń pè ní kíríjì wọ́n á gbé sáwọn ibì kan ibi tó ń dárúkọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lára nǹkan tán torí your advantage can be your disadvantage in some cases.
Have ethnic nations some way, somehow.
So we have to
it may not be exactly
change this
the way,
country and just have ethnic nations some way, somehow. It may not be exactly the way, we used to think about it back in the day. But if you look at the 2014 Confab report, the answer is actually right there. I hope we do that. We change this country. We actually implement those recommendations, or else I'm not sure that the center will hold.
I was trying to say to you,
What's Kiriji?
What's Kiriji?
I was trying to say it in Yoruba, but I don't want to say it in English. What's Kiriji?
You have to be a Yoruba person. I just want to know.
Kiriji is J, by the way. Are you a Yoruba person? If I'm not saying you have to be a Yoruba person. I just want to know. If you are, then I'll know how to explain. Are you a Yoruba person? EV installation. It's not artillery. It's machine gun.
Is what I'm looking for.
It's a Maxim gun, I mean. That's the word I'm looking for. What that word starts with a B.
We had something in Yoruba land called
that thing. So, we had something in Yoruba land called Kiriji War. That word was actually from the sound that the cannons made, right? When they shot whatever they were shooting. Umadun Kiriji, the cannons. So, Umadun Kiriji. So that's what we call it Kiriji. But in this case, nobody's using cannons again. So, but I'm sure people already got what I was trying to say. I don't want to say it in English. Command or something I have to now be talking. All right. Where were we? Beckoned to serve by Shel Shagari. Thank you very much for asking for the account, Ades, and thank you for supporting. And others, if you want to support, if you have supported, thank you very much. Much later, I'll bring it back up. But let's go to class now. Thank you very much for your support and your generosity. God bless you.
All right.
And if you read well,
where were we?
All right. Where were we?
Yes, Canon. Python, sorry,
so,
I was mixing Canon and machine gun.
Yes, Canon. Python, sorry, Jerry. I was mixing Canon and machine gun, machine gun together. But finally, we found the answer.
Discussing how Nigeria's first republic ended. We started discussing this before America came up with their old...
We've been discussing how Nigeria's first republic ended. We started discussing this before America came up with their old thing. And then certain people in Nigeria have been talking about how they want Nigeria to end, essentially saying they also want the fourth republic to end. But here's something I noticed, that the patterns are similar. And this is why it's important for us to learn history and to also understand how things happened. It also helps us. 1 second, please. 1 second.
All right. It also helps us to guard against making the same mistakes.
All right. It also helps us to guard against making the same mistakes that our forebears made. All right. So we started reading the book. We said the main text, of course, is Shel Shagari's book, Beckoned. So interestingly, he was the president during the Second Republic, but he was a parliamentarian in the First Republic. And so reading the book, we talked a lot about what happened in 1960, this 1960 independence, 1962 crisis in Western region. What happened in 62? Allah was, tried and jailed in 63. That same year, there was a census crisis, and it was a North versus East kind of thing. 64, there was a constitutional crisis, and it was also a North versus East kind of thing because the Prime Minister was Tafawa Balewa, who was from the North, and the President was Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was from the East. And there was a constitutional problem. We talked about that on Wednesday. They eventually ended in deadlock, and essentially, virtually, this man, Nnamdi Azikiwe, was under house arrest because he refused to call on the Prime Minister to form government. Eventually, they resolved it and they formed government, but then they had, some things up their sleeves. That ended in 64. But before then, there was also the plan by Azikiwe to work with certain people in the military to essentially organize a coup. And we read some of those things from the book by Frederick Forsyth, where it gave us the basis of the conversation, really. And also, but by the time you read David Edge's reminiscences, it gives you, better flesh. I mean, it gives you more flesh, I should say, to understand exactly how it went down and why the coup did not eventually materialize. That was in 64. 65, August, was when folks are going to execute the 66 coup started meeting in 65. And I mentioned several times. I don't even think I'm going to include this question in Radio Me Republic game show. But maybe I would at some point. Maybe I will. There were three major people. No, let's just have Friday. Friday is meant to be for the game show, Abby. So let's just do a little stuff in the comment section. If you don't mind, the names of the three people who organized, who started planning the 1966 coup. Of course, the list grew longer later, but in the beginning, does anybody know in the comment section? YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter.
Okay, how many people? Okay, let's start with how many people. Is just one person?
Anybody?
Somebody says if Arjun and David.
Okay, how many people? Okay, let's start with how many people. Is just one person or two people? Somebody says if Arjun and David Ejo, God will forgive you. Town family around and be no.
I'm Jai Jeje. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Jai Jeje. Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Fajuna,
so
they were the
Fajuna, Kafo, and Oji.
They brought in Chukwuka.
So they were the original planners. Three of them. They brought in Chukwuka, and then brought in Crisano Furo, and Furo brought in Zogu, and then Zogu brought in Ademoega, and then they planned the coup. Now we talked about from now back to Shehu Shagari's perspective. He talked about the fact that somebody came to his house to tell him that a coup was being planned and that the Prime Minister should be warned about it. But the Prime Minister waved them aside and also said, oh, even Akintola had gone to the north to complain about the same thing to the Premier of the North, but it was nothing to worry about. Anyway, that was on 14th of January 1966. It was a Friday. The middle of the night, or let me say early hours of the morning, so it was around 2, 3 a.m. The coup plotters went on a killing spree, and Tafawa Balewa was, of course, unalived. Okotiebo was unalived in Lagos, and also in Lagos, they unalived Colonel Mohammed, Lagema, Pam, and Memalari, Zachary Memalari. In the north, they unalived the the Premier of the North, that's Sadauna, Ahmadu Bello, and also some people that were with him. How can the PM be so naive? I'll talk about that later. Some people that were with him, and they also killed Ademule Gun and his 8-month pregnant wife, Sisinos, they called her. They also killed Ralph Shode, and in the Western region, they killed the Premier of the West, who was Samaladu Kakitola. All of this was going on, people had different perspective on it. Folks in the South felt this kind of relief that, okay, everything is calm now, until they then discovered that, oh boy, I say, they didn't touch any politician from their side of town. And still, none of them was corrupt, because they said they were killing corrupt people, and they were to get away with nepotism and 10% and corruption and things like that. And we have several examples of corrupt politicians who were Igbos, but nobody touched any of them. As a matter of fact, we read that the president at the time, Nnamdi Azikiwe, 1 second,
was conveniently out of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, he left in October.
Nnamdi Azikiwe was conveniently out of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, he left in October. The same month where everybody gathered. He left in October, said he was sick, and was going based on an invitation from Papa Doc in the Caribbean. Anyway, from there he went to the US, to the UK, and he was there until February. Thank God I did not die in 66 with that sickness. Because there's some sickness, it's better for people to have, it is well.
I'm just doing a very quick recap.
All right. So read all of that. I'm just doing a very quick recap. We're going to go on to the session. We also talked about how after everything had happened, they wanted to get the British to help them because the military boys were doing all kinds of things. The coup plotters, and the military boys were trying to stop them, trying to quell the coup. I said we're going to have a session after maybe after this session. We're going to do the evolution of Christianity in Yoruba land. Then we'll do diluted hybrids. Then maybe we'll do something on Obienu and Ojuku, because some people credit them with quelling the coup. They didn't really quell the coup. They were just very interesting characters. We're going to talk about what they did and their roles in the coup much later. Anyway, in order to get the coup quelled, the ministers, the parliamentarians, reached out to the British, and they asked them that in order to help them, they're going to need the prime minister to write a letter, or at least somebody in acting capacity. And because the prime minister was unavailable, they decided to appoint the senior, the most senior of them, parliamentarians, who happens to be a man called Zanabuka Dipcharima. So they went to meet the acting president at the time. Again, the president was away, that's Azikiwe, and the Senate president was the acting president at the time, and only he could swear in the acting prime minister. So they reached out to him. His name is Dr. Nwafo Orizu, and he refused. He rejected the idea, and we read from two sources. One from this one source, beckoned to serve by Shehu Shagari, and also Akinjide's interview in 2001, when he said that Orizu rejected the idea of Dipcharima becoming the acting prime minister, but it wasn't that easy. It wasn't that simple. What really happened was that he told them that he was going to have a meeting with his own NC members of parliament. And so they discussed, and then they came up with this ridiculous idea that they were going to have Kingsley Mbadiwe to become the acting prime minister. Now, that makes no sense. It makes no sense because the alliance was between NPC and NTNC. NPC was the senior partner. They had more than half of the seats in the parliament. The Eastern region was the junior partner. And so it makes sense that the senior partner would want to, of course, replace the prime minister who was unavailable at the moment. But what they were doing was beyond just party politics. What they really wanted to do was to have the fulfillment of the plan they set in motion in 1944. I've had this session here before. If you have not heard about it, please go on my YouTube channel, Busui Oris, and search. The keyword is 1944. Something like about it will come up. Igbo intellectuals and things like that, what they planned. And the long and short of it is that they plan to dominate Nigeria perpetually. Let me quote them verbatim, to perpetually rule the Federation. That was the plan in 1944, but they plan to achieve it in 1964. So they had a meeting again in 64 to discuss that they're going to have to push it to 69 because they had some issues. So this is 66. This was their chance to have it. And what would they have had at the time if they have had their way? They would have had an Igbo president, who was Nnamdi Azikiwe, an Igbo Senate President, Nwafo Orizu, an Igbo Prime Minister, Kingsley Mbadiwe, and Igbo GOC, Aguiyi Ironsi. Because at the time they had three, they needed just one more to complete the whole thing. If Mbadiwe had been sworn in, Ironsi would not need to do anything anymore. He would just go back to barracks. So what they did was to now say what they wanted Mbadiwe. Mbadiwe was the minister at the time, Minister of Trade. And so the NPC guys said no, because they were the senior, partners, so to speak. Anyway, the Dipcharima was not sworn in. They said, oh, we're going to just go. Orizu said, just go back, we'll talk about it later. That was on Saturday, after the coup itself was executed. On Sunday, that same Saturday, while they were waiting in his house, Ironsi comes in with armed guards and invites Orizu to have a meeting in Orizu's house, and they were together for 40 minutes, and they were discussing what was going to happen. Anyway, by evening of Sunday, the same person, he ordered that every cabinet member meet at the converges on the cabinet office, and they got there, essentially threatened them, and they surrendered power. Azikiwe announces that in England, and Orizu and Ironsi announced the same in Nigeria by 11:50 p.m. Saturday.
The following morning,
Sunday, January 60.
Alhaji Kamsalem, the Deputy Inspector
The following morning, 17 January, Alhaji Kamsalem, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, then also doubling for the Inspector General, Mr. Louis Orok Edet, while on vacation, called at my residence to confide that both the PM and Chief Okotiebo had been confirmed killed. He then hinted that Major General Ironsi was still negotiating with the rebels in Kaduna, led by Major Patrick Chukwuma, Kaduna and Zogu. The Major, born and bred in Kaduna by Midwestern Igbo parents some 29 years earlier, had seized the Northern Region government after residence, brutally murdering him and his wife. A number of other innocent civilians and police and army personnel were similarly eliminated there and elsewhere. The situation said Kamsalem was still uncertain and advised me to take care of myself, but I had no idea how. That same day, Dr. Orizu sent for me. I drove myself to his residence, where I also met Mr. Dan O. Ibekwe, a man of reassuring belief in federal Nigerian unity. Dr. Orizu offered his condolences on the death of Sir Ahmadu Bello, the Sadano of Sokoto, and asked me to convey his sympathies to the people in the north, particularly those in Sokoto. He urged me to explain to them on my return that the coup was a purely military affair, which had nothing to do with the Igbo as an ethnic group. Why would Orizu say this on Monday, 17 January? Because he actually had everything to do with the Igbo. It was an Igbo coup. I already explained how there was a revolutionary coup on that day, but there was another coup. That even the revolutionary guys, they felt betrayed. And you see that much in the book they always quote, Adewale Ademoyega's Why We Struck. And he mentioned the people that betrayed them. Madiebo, Obienu, Ojuku. We'll have that session some other time. But the point I'm trying to make is that although there was a revolutionary coup, there was also, and the main coup itself was the Igbo coup. And I said something the other day, I'm going to repeat it. What happened in 66 is similar to what's happening today. What happened in 66? They talked about the revolutionary coup and they used revolutionaries, e.g. Nzogu, e.g. Adewale Ademoyega, to, fight the country and change things and turn things around, while those ones were doing the things innocently or maybe even naively. The real guys who had the Igbo agenda, the ethnic agenda, which was Igbo, by the way, they then went ahead to suppress those ones and actually now introduce what they really had in mind from the word go. That same thing is happening now. E.g., there's something happening in the middle belt. People are being killed, being massacred. Folks went to the US, to the Congress, to talk about it, to complain. Now, that's the legitimate thing, right? They're complaining about what's paining them. They say it's Christians. We say it may not be Christians, but they have a right to use the word Christian because it helps them to amplify their voices. Agreed. While they were doing that, IPOB was working with people in Congress. Finance, again, this is from the document we read the other day, so I'm not making anything of that document, where they said that they had spent about $1 million to push the idea that Christians are being killed in the southeast. In other words, they are using what's happening in the middle belt as a cover for their real intentions. And they're not too smart. The reason they're not smart is because the only thing they got out of it, at least as at now, was that Nigeria was declared a country of particular concern. And after they heard that, they went on the media and started saying that we did it. This was what the elders were saying in 64, that Okpara was too quick to talk. Well, they are repeating the same mistake because they learned nothing. Oh, we did it. Trump, here we are, send us. We're going to invade Nigeria. We know the terrain. They wrote this thing online. AVID, that's the name of the group. American Veterans of Igbo Descent.
But then the real intention is actually concealed.
And so the idea basically is you have this smoke screen, but then the real intention is actually concealed. They now push that one out. That's the same thing. The only difference is that in the case of 1966, they didn't have to wait days. They didn't have to bring out the real issue. Right now, things can change. But I've said it before. If this is the end of everything they got out of this, don't you think they are bought for themselves? Market. And it's market of people just looking down on them. Another generation being looked down upon.
In the north, it is
Because, like I said earlier, what is happening in the Middle Belt, in the North, it is crazy. It is terrible. And even though I'm very careful with the Christian versus Muslim thing, I understand why they have to use that rhetoric, because they have to, because you're not listening to them. So that's real tragedy. That's welcome, Prof. That's real tragedy happening to folks in that region, and they are, they have to speak up, and they need all the help they can get. But then you have some people hiding behind one finger, saying that the whistleblower, these were their own words, the whistleblower for this Christian genocide in Nigeria is Nnamdi Kanu.
I thought he said he was a Jew.
And that they have to release him because they are putting him there because he's a Christian. I thought he said he was a Jew.
Went to the Western Wall, like this, was praying. Like,
And then he went to Israel, went to the Western Wall, like this, was praying like the real people pray. Now he's a Christian. In fact, there's a letter he wrote. Didn't I read that letter? That's actually very, 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 very important stuff. But not very important, to be honest. It was just, it's the ranting of a lunatic.
It's a very worded letter.
America, it's one.
The letter is very long.
It's a very worded
what they're saying is that
letter. What they're talking about the fact that it was a
Judeo-Christian.
The letter is, you've seen it, Ayodeji. The letter is very long. I'll just summarize. Essentially, what they're saying is that they are going through this because of the Judeo-Christian outlook on. I'm like, Judeo what?
Talk about these things, to be honest, is because we want to make sure that people don't get carried away with this whole thing about Christians.
The letter is very long. Maybe on Monday we'll go through it. But the reason, and by the way, the reason we talk about these things, to be honest, is because we want to make sure that people don't get carried away with this whole thing about Christians are being.
On TikTok, you have to power tap, please.
If Christians are complaining about being massacred, it is not in the southeast. Please be on TikTok. You have to power tap, please. This is showing inactivity.
Right. They are using, and that's the right word that.
Please power tap. Thank you.
Using the tragedy of the folks in the north as a crutch.
Right. They are using, and that's the right word that Prof used. They are using the tragedy of the folks in the north as a crutch.
Governor Soludo of Anambra State said,
you get carried away by that, it's your fault.
Because the people in the bushes.
Governor Soludo of Anambra State said, what's happening in their own region is Christian on Christian. Because the people in the bushes killing people are Peter, Emmanuel, and John. That's what he said. They're all over social media shouting that Nigeria is burning, and they're the ones that are going to fix Nigeria. They're going to fix your family house. Anyway, one time we read that letter. Let's continue reading this book. So, Sheikh Shagari says, that same day, Dr. Orizu sent for me. I drove myself to his residence, where I also met Mr. Dan O. Ibekwe, a man of reassuring belief in federal Nigerian unity. Dr. Orizu offered his condolences on the death of Samodu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto, and asked me to convey his sympathies to the people in the north, particularly those in Sokoto. He urged me to explain to them on my return that the coup was a purely military affair. That's not true, which had nothing to do with the Igbo as an ethnic group. Why are you saying this on 17th? Because you know what you did. By the way, that was the same day. That was the exact same day that Victor Banjo was arrested. He was not part of the coup plotters or executors. He was the one who was trying to get people to work with Ironsi. As per Good People, Great Nation. That was the day he was arrested. He was doing that on Sunday. He was arrested on Monday. But this man, Yorùbá sọ pé ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ máa ń sá. Ṣé Yorùbá náà Bíbélì? Ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ ń sá ńgbà tí wọ́n lé. Who asked you on Sunday that you are the one that did it? You're already saying, tell them that we are sorry, it's purely military affairs. That means you know what is happening. As somebody said in the comment section, guilty conscience. Orizu pointed out that Major Nzogu, the most prominent of the mutineers, was an unknown entity among the Igbos in the eastern region. Was at that moment that you discovered that it was from the Midwest? I've said something before. Every time you mention Nzogu, by the way, let me say it again. I say it every time because it's important. Nzogu was a revolutionary. He actually had pure mind, although he did terrible things.
For the first time, this man is making it clear.
But it wasn't about an ethnic whatever. And for the first time, this man is making it clear that this one is, by the way, put it in quote. It says,
to them on my return that the coup was a purely military
He urged me to explain to them on my return that the coup was a purely military affair, which had nothing to do with the Igbo as an ethnic group. Orizu pointed out that Major Nzogu, the most prominent of the mutineers, was, quote, an unknown entity among the Igbos in the eastern region.
So what you're saying basically is that when
End
rubber hits the
of
road,
quote.
they'll tell you which region you belong. Not even about ethnicity.
So what you're saying basically is that when rubber hits the road, they'll tell you which region you belong. Not even about ethnicity. See, people that talk about they have different classes. I feel sorry for Ebonyi people. I saw some videos the other day. I was just like, I'm not sure.
I thanked him, and
In
I
their
felt
own
that
region.
as far as I knew nothing else, many of
Anyway, they did
many
that to
were
Nzogu.
Muslims.
I thanked him, and I've heard that as far as I knew nothing else, many of whom were devout Muslims, they would leave everything to Allah. For as firm believers in Allah's retributive justice, they certainly would do nothing themselves other than pray to Allah to punish whoever was responsible for the villainies. We parted on the most cordial of terms, and I returned home feeling rather uneasy. Rumors were already rife that some rebels were still at large, looking for ministers to kill. Naturally, the safety of my family bothered me a great deal. A wealthy Igbo friend, Chief Matthias Nwanfo Ugochukwu, very generously chartered a small aircraft which took them to Sokoto. Meanwhile, erstwhile ministers remained in their official residences. Then someone came to tell me that Dipcharima was planning to leave for his hometown for the annual Muslim Eid al-Fitr festivities. On hearing this, I suggested to Dipcharima to seek permission for all Muslim ministers rather than him just going away. For NPC ministers still recognized him as the interim. I'll do that again. On hearing this, I suggested to Dipcharima that seeking permission for all Muslims ministers. Hey, why am I rushing? Is it the time?
On hearing this, I suggested
it's almost 8. Don't worry, I'll stay longer.
Than
On hearing this, I suggested to Dipcharima to seek permission for all Muslim ministers rather than him just going away. For NPC ministers still recognize him as the interim leader. Accordingly, together with Alhaji Sule Katagum, Chairman Federal Public Service Commission, we consulted Mr. Abdul Karim Disu, the Principal Secretary to Major General Ironsi. Mr. Disu advised that the ministers could leave if they so wished, as Ironsi was too busy with his own problems to bother about them. Thereupon, Dipcharima asked me to inform our colleagues that he was leaving and that anyone who wished to leave could do so. I contacted several before leaving on the 21st of January. Luckily for me, Alhaji Ibrahim Alilu, the commandant of the Customs and Excise Department, was traveling with Dipcharima and Sule Katagum in his departmental monoplane and also kindly offered me a seat. In parentheses, in brackets, sadly, it was the same plane which on takeoff from Kano Airport bound for Maiduguri in 1969 crashed and killed Dipcharima among others. That was much later, by the way. It was all quiet at Kano Airport when we landed around 4 p.m. Alhaji Alilu ended his journey in Kano, while the three of us telephoned a mutual friend, Alhaji Aminu Dantata, to request for 2 cars to convey us to our respective destinations. Within a short time, the cars arrived. One conveyed Sule, Katagum, and Dipcharima, who shared the same route, to Azare and Maiduguri respectively, while the other took me to Sokoto. After a rather exhaustive 350-mile night journey, the next day, Saturday, 22nd January, was to be particularly... Take it again. After a rather exhaustive 350-mile night journey, the next day, Saturday, 22nd January, was to be particularly dismal. At 12 noon, an official announcement over the radio revealed that the body of former Prime Minister Balewa had been discovered the day before, and that it was being flown to his native Bauchi for burial on the Saturday. The corpse, apparently found somewhere near Ota, some 27 miles out on the Lagos-Abeokuta road, had actually been interred by the time the announcement was made. Although I had been privy to the news of the murder, it was only then that the resulting shock and grief really dawned upon me. It was the next few days left me dismayed and shattered, as were many people in the north. Eid al-Fitr festivities in Sokoto that week were more sorrowful than funeral ceremonies. For many people were not in the mood to even talk about what had happened. By contrast, many of our detractors in the south were jubilant over the tragic affair, even though 3 days of official mourning had been declared in Balewa's memory, between survival and dissent. Equivocation and exceptional lack of political realism characterized the early period of the new regime. Whereas Major General Ironsi talked tough, he seemed more concerned to come to terms with Major Nzogu in Kaduna To be sure, some mutineers in the south were arrested while a few others fled, and Nzogu himself was finally flown to Lagos on 19 January after he surrendered to Ironsi the day before on a number of curious terms. What were those curious terms? Let's just check something very quickly in Adewale Ademoyaga's book. The book is called Why We Struck.
Let me read from Why We Struck, chapter 6. By far the first senior
Let me read from Why We
officer
Struck,
who felt highly moved
chapter
by the January
6.
15 coup and who wanted in all earnest
By far the first senior officer who felt highly moved by the January 15 coup and who wanted in all earnestness to carry on the struggle for the speedy realization of his objectives was the commander of the Liberation Army of Nigeria, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo. However, at the time of the coup, he had not yet earned the title of the commander of the Liberation Army, I think he was trying to say, of Nigeria. He was still the commander of the Nigerian Army Corps of Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. 1 second. I don't want to, there's no time.
From the dawn of the coup, Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had been fired by the little amount of success that we had, and he was determined to stretch our success.
From the dawn of the coup, Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had been fired by the little amount of success that we had, and he was determined to stretch our success further, to bring about the realization of our objectives. He went all out to assist Ironsi to take over the federal government, and went further to urge the old man not only to accede to Nzogu's demands, but also to bring the latter into the federal government. This was where he disagreed with those others who had Ironsi's ears. Let me read that slowly. Let me not rush. From the dawn of the coup, Lieutenant Colonel Banjo had been fired by the little amount of success that we had, and he was determined to stretch our success further to bring about the realization of objectives. He went all out to assist Ironsi to take over the federal government. By the way, you find this statement also in the book by F. Adetomo Kusheye, A Break in the Silence. All that Banjo tried, all that Banjo did to help Ironsi take over government on the 16th and 17th, on the 16th of January, on Sunday. 15th and 16th, I meant. He went all out to assist Ironsi to take over the federal government and went further to urge the old man not only to accede to Nzogu's demand, but also to bring the latter into the federal government. I think I'm reading a different chapter. I think I'm reading a different chapter. There's something I'm looking for, is not there. I found it. It's the previous chapter.
Give me a second. Let me feel a very good place to start, because this thing is...
Just give me a second. Let me for a very good place to start, because this thing is...
Good. Let's read this way. It was Captain Goulet, the one who wrote the book, Nigeria's 5
Good.
Majors.
Let's read this way.
It was Captain Goulet,
the one who wrote the book, Nigeria's 5 Majors. It was Captain Goulet who had orders to contact Keshi, and it was the latter who contacted Madiebo. Madiebo found that the subalterns of his own unit had already turned full-fledged revolutionaries, to the point of obeying only Nzogu. Therefore, he reluctantly gave his support, but was minded to foil the revolution. This was because Madiebo was tribalistic to the core. For instance, he had told Ifajuna long before the coup that he, Madiebo, believed that in Nigeria, tribal loyalties were stronger than national ones. Nzogu himself went to see Major Hassan U. Katsina at home. He discussed the situation with the latter, who, albeit rather reluctantly, gave his support and ordered the officers of his own unit to report to Nzogu for further deployment. Next, Nzogu sent a message to Lieutenant Colonel Bassi, a veteran of the Second World War. The latter did not know... By the way, if you are... was dealt with in this book. Ojukwu was both crafty and selfish and would neither give nor withhold his loyalty. He was running with the air and chasing with the hounds. He was an opportunist who put himself above the safety of the nation. I've seen that recently as well. I say, nah, normal. When at first Nzogu contacted him on the telephone, he was fully in agreement with the revolution. Soon after that, he was in touch with Ironsi, to whom he pledged his loyalty. After that, he was playing hide and seek with Nzogu, mainly biding his time. The activities of Nzogu on the morning of the coup were directed towards the consolidation of his night victory. He moved quite fast to ensure that those officers who did not participate in the coup were given their chances to declare either way. But Nigerians, being what they were, fought shy of the truth and declared for the revolution, when in fact they were opposed to it. Admittedly, though, if the revolution had been luckier, if it had remained in the hands of its forebears, it would certainly have survived and triumphed over its enemies. Unfortunately, that was not so. Now, having received the professions of lawyer, I'm trying to explain the statement that Shagari made here about how the coup was, how, what's the word he wants to say? Let me find it. He said Nzogu himself was finally flown to Lagos after he surrendered to Iransi the day before on a number of curious terms. So what are those terms? I want to just quickly check it here. Now, having received the professions of loyalty, Nzogu proceeded to bring all the military and air force units of the northern region under his express command. This step was absolutely necessary. In the first place, it had been a regular military drill to hold firmly to the ground one. That ground to him was northern Nigeria, and he had to hold it tight. Secondly, by noon on the 15th, it had become clear to him that the operations in Lagos had been compromised. He had received neither military nor civilian communication from any of us. Therefore, he could see that the battle was not yet fully won. Like the soldier that he was, Nzogu was prepared and willing to carry on with the fight. By the morning on the 15th January, he had summoned the top regional civil servants to his headquarters. Having received their pledges of loyalty, he briefed them on how to carry on their duties under his interim administration. He knew that things would soon have to change, but in the meantime, the governing of the people did not have to be interrupted. In the same way, he brought the police under control and, having received their pledge of loyalty, ordered them to carry on their duties with deference to the spirit of the revolution. Again, he knew that things were bound to change if the revolution succeeded. As for the politicians, no further action was contemplated against them than they should sign a pledge to refrain from further politicking while they returned to their private businesses. This was an action in furtherance of the principle of the revolution. Only a few of them were detained in prison custody. After midday on the 15th, when the situation report from Lagos showed clearly that the capital was not in the hands of the revolutionaries, Nzogu did the only right and proper thing. He immediately prepared a broadcast which helped to establish quite clearly to the south as well as to the outside world that the north was firmly in the hands of the revolutionaries. Later the same day, after Iransi had broadcast his wicked and reactionary message about the so-called rebels, Nzogu went on the air and broadcast his brilliant, revolutionary, and highly edifying declarations. It went thus. I'm not reading it. We read it sometime ago. If you want to get that article, I read that speech, get this book, Why We Struck. You can get it on Redomi Books. Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega. You can also find it online, I think. But let's continue. I want to quickly get to how the whole thing eventually, The contents of this broadcast are clear and need no further elaboration. Again, I apologize. I don't want to read the entire content of the broadcast because of time, but you can find it in the book, Why We Struck, Adewale Ademoyega, Redomi Books, or maybe find online. Be careful, shall know your source, because some people are not serious online. Let's go on. The contents of this broadcast are clear and need no further elaboration. Suffice is to say that they show that the revolution was duly born and that it was capable of being nurtured to life in the competent hands of some of those who conceived it and labored for it. But if the revolutionary child was turned into a stillborn, it was because the water of the world into which it was born became poisonous to it and killed it. Again, reading this book, you are reading the book of a revolutionary. The coup was not exactly what he thought it was. I'm just going to move very quickly. This brave and powerful broadcast had the effect of according full credibility to the revolution, while at the same time it damnified the bigotry of Iransi and his reactionary clique.
What does it mean by the bigotry of Iransi?
What does it mean by the bigotry of Iransi? He had talked about how tribalistic Madiebo was. He had talked about the fact that Ojukwu was selfish. And now he's talking about Iransi's bigotry. That's why I said Igbo should please stop. Well, don't stop. Keep recommending this book to Yoruba people that talk about the coup. You should let them understand, because you have not read the book, by the way. This brave and powerful broadcast had the effect of according full credibility to the revolution, while at the same time it damnified the bigotry of Iransi and his reactionary clique. Having achieved this much, Nzogu was quick to make plans for the control of the remainder of Nigeria. To execute this plan by the morning of 16th January, he called a conference of all the officers in Kaduna to give them his orders. First, he divided all his troops into 3 crack task forces. Please pay attention. to invade the southern Nigeria, because Lagos had, the coup was not successful in Lagos. So what did he do? He called a conference of all the officers in Kaduna to give them his orders. First, he divided all his troops into 3 crack task forces. The first task force was to move north and take Zaria and Kano, to consolidate his control of those areas and to make the forces therein available for his southern operations. The second task was to advance southwest through Jeba to Ibadan. It was to take Ibadan and prepare the ground for launching into Lagos. The third task force was to advance southeast to Enugu through Makurdi. It was to take Enugu and launch southwest to take Benin and to hold the 2 regions firmly for the revolution. This was an excellent plan, revolutionary in principle and perfectly tactical in concept. There was no doubt that this plan would have succeeded completely. For one thing, success in such movements and at such moments was always on the side of the revolutionaries. Secondly, the morale of the participating officers and men was extremely high and conducive to success. Thirdly, all attempts by Ironsi to fight the revolutionaries would have failed woefully because the nation itself was jubilant that the coup had been staged and that peace had returned to the country. We're speaking here at Iwale Ademeka. Why is it talking like this? It was a revolutionary. Elenion says, no wonder they tagged Nzogu, the leader of the coup. Well, they would do that because he was the one that was going to right the so-called wrong that they did to them on the 15th of January. He took it upon himself. He was going to go to the south, take Lagos, take Ibadan, take Enugu, take Benin, take everywhere. Because if you think about it, the original plan included those places. But like I said, when you read the special branch report of April 1966, you discover that they had no plans for Benin, no plans for Enugu, no plans for Calabar. They only had plans for 3 places, Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. And they were just discovering that Ironsi's bigotry was what was going on. It was more about ethnicity, it was not about their tribal connections. They had to do something about it. And so in his mind, since he was successful in the north, he would send some people to Zaria and Kano to take that place, then take the south. And all this, by the way, the beautiful thing about this, of course, he did some terrible things by killing those people, killing the Sadauna, killing his wife, and then his boys killing Ademule Gwara, shouldn't they? But there's something quite interesting about this. This guy, this particular guy, was 28.
Was responsible for his naivety, but I think his youth was also responsible for his bravery.
His youth was responsible for his naivety, but I think his youth was also responsible for his bravery.
Was in on it. Yes, now.
No plan to kill Ironsi. Oh, no plan to kill Ironsi. Ironsi was in on it. Yes, now.
Madiebo was in on it.
Ironsi was in on it. Obienu was in on it. Ojukwu was in on it. Madiebo was in on it. All this, no, I said they were going to have a session on, how Ojukwu and Obienu actually did what they said they did, where they said they quelled the coup, what they really did before and after they supposedly quelled the coup. So the point is, what they didn't do, according to the plan they had, like I said the other day, the day they were supposed to fly to Calabar, the person was supposed to fly, something happened to him. It's in this book. The one that was supposed to go to Enugu, he had not left Lagos around, maybe around 4 or 5 or something. Something shall happen, Sha. Somebody says for me, Nzogu is still a snake. How? Nzogu did terribly by killing those people. But Nzogu's head was in the right place.
His mind was in the right place. Like, I want to change Nigeria.
I don't know if you know. His mind was in the right place. Like, I want to change Nigeria. I mean, his speech, I wish I could read the speech. But the time is about 4 pages here, and I don't have that time.
Feel his passion.
Actually, more than 4 pages. If you read the speech, you can feel his passion. But that's what you have most times when you're young. You have passion without knowledge or without wisdom. Paul calls it zeal without knowledge. That's passion, a lot of hair, but there's nothing grounded in it. Anyway, that was his plan to take over the south. Let's go on. There was no doubt that this plan would have succeeded completely. For one thing, success in such movement and at such moments was always on the side of the revolutionaries. Secondly, the morale of the participating officers and men were extremely high and conducive to success. Thirdly, all attempts by Ironsi to fight the revolutionaries would have failed woefully because the nation itself was jubilant that the coup had been staged and that peace had returned to the country. The acting president of the Federation, Dr. Nwafo Rizu, could not appoint a substitute prime minister since he did not know the fate of Alhaji Abubakar. That is not true. It's not that he could not, it is that he did not.
Orizu did not that he could not. He could have because
Orizu did not that he could not. He could have because they knew that they knew that something was wrong with the Prime Minister. The difference is that maybe it's an information that he didn't have. By the way, these books were published in the same year, 85. So maybe he hadn't gotten that information. So give him that grace. But the truth of the matter is that the reason they didn't appoint Charima as substitute Prime Minister was because they wanted an Igbo Prime Minister, by the way. You see, when we say some people have done terrible things for the generations, ministers were ready to hand over government of the Federation to the armed forces. That is not true. The ministers were not ready to hand over government. They said they were at gunpoint. Sheikh Shagari said it. Akinjide also said it. Let's continue. Everybody everywhere in the Federation rejoiced at the overthrow of the Balewa government and toasted to the revolutionaries, not in some parts of the north, because they lost. By the way, everybody was happy. If you read the book, Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Kekrin, everybody was happy until they discovered that no Igbo politician was killed. That's when they were like, I want to go a handicap. Let's read a few more things. University students throughout the Federation hailed Nzogu and revolutionaries. These were proofs that the revolution was popular. That's true. It was popular because there are a lot of issues on the ground. Unfortunately, it was at this stage that the revolution Unfortunately, it was at this stage that the revolution proved most unlucky. For as soon as Nzogu finished his orders, and before the officers dispersed to prepare for the battle, north-south, Major Madiebo sought Nzogu's attention and impressed it on him that the revolutionary battle was very unnecessary. He argued that since Ironsi had accepted the coup as fait accompli, it was all that Nzogu could wish for. He insisted that Nzogu would be demonstrating an unbridled lust for power if he launched his proposed attack. He advised Nzogu to cancel his plans and surrender to Ironsi, who would gladly carry out Nzogu's revolutionary plans. But it was an act of deceit. Madiebo was being mischievous. He did not reveal to Nzogu that he was in constant contact with Ironsi and Gowon, who had both instructed him to destroy Nzogu's revolution. He pretended to be talking in earnest to Nzogu and posed to be a friend of the revolution. By this, Madiebo showed himself as an enemy of a revolutionary Nigeria. This was the reason why an officer of Madiebo's caliber did not reach the peak of his career. Oh boy, you jab at this guy, but let me read them. This was the reason why an officer of Madiebo's caliber did not reach the peak of his career and output, except in the tribal and reactionary war of Ojukwu in Biafra. Madiebo acted as an instrument for Ojukwu and helped the latter to prolong the dreadful and wasteful war, which did nothing but destroy the cream of the Igbo race. If you want to know more about that, read Madiebo's book first. You see, even he was writing against himself. Maybe he didn't know, or he thought his readers were not smart. But we read the book and we know that it was wrong.
Doesn't Nzogu killing Sadana prove the Bello right about the Igbos?
Somebody says, doesn't Nzogu killing of the Sadana prove the Bello right about the Igbos?
Well, yes, depending on the perspective.
No.
It depends on how you look at it.
Well, yes, depending on the perspective.
Yes.
It depends on how you look at it. From the northern perspective,
from
yes.
Perspective, it wasn't because he was doing anything.
But from his own perspective, he wasn't doing it because he was doing anything evil. I like to say this because if you don't do this, you are playing into the same Igbo narrative.
What did they really plan?
Let me, I repeat, I said this thing last time. Let me say it again. What did they really plan? They had a Midwest guy in the north to take the fall. They had a Yoruba guy in the south to take the fall.
And everybody began to call him.
Who went on radio in the north?
Who was supposed to go on radio in
Nzogu.
the south, in the west?
And everybody began to call him the leader of the coup. Who was supposed to go on radio in the south, in the west, in Lagos?
So let's assume, for instance, that
Ademoyega
entered that radio station that day.
And so let's assume, for instance, that Ademoyega had entered that radio station that day and had read that whatever speech. Today, you'll be saying it was a Yoruba coup.
The only thing I like about the plan is that he didn't kill anybody.
The only thing I like about the plan is that at least he didn't kill anybody.
Sorry guys, I just have a Where were we?
Sorry, guys. I just have a retard who is disturbing us in the comment section. Where were we?
This was the reason why an officer of Madebo's caliber did not reach the peak of his career.
This was the reason why an officer of Madebo's caliber did not reach the peak of his career and output, except in the tribal and reactionary war of Ojukwu in Biafra. Madebo acted as an instrument for Ojukwu and helped the latter to prolong the dreadful and wasteful war, which did nothing but destroy the cream of the Igbo race. I say this much because the initial wave of success in Kaduna was soon depressed by the reactionaries, headed in this case by Madebo. He, in collaboration with Ironsi and Gowon, worked to extinguish the light of the revolution. Nzogu took Madebo's deceit for good advice, stood down the troops and cancelled the plan. The reactionaries recorded success only at the barracks, where they in effect staged a palace coup against the revolution. How many people remember what I used to say, that there were at least two, but maybe even 3 coups that day? I know I've said it a number of times, but I only mentioned 2. This is the third one. I said there was revolutionary coup, right? On the 15th. Then there was the Igbo coup.
Actually, it's there with revolutionary.
That dealt with the revolutionaries in the south, Gogon. Actually, it's there with revolutionary. Let me say it this way. There was a revolutionary coup. It was successful mostly in the north. There was a coup against revolutionaries that were successful in Lagos. That was spearheaded by Madebo. Then there was another coup against the revolutionary as a whole.
Oh boy, I'm thinking faster than
Sorry, they were successful in Kaduna. There's another one that was successful. Oh boy, I'm thinking faster than I'm thinking very fast. So, or let me calm down. There was a revolutionary coup. It was mostly successful in the north. There was a coup against the successful revolutionary coup in the north, which was headed or spearheaded by Madebo, and it was also assisted by Ojukwu. Oh, he's good.
So that's why I said there were at least
I think he's back online.
or even 3 coups on that
All right.
day.
So that's why I said that there were at least 2 or even 3 coups on that day. The folks in the north, they had what this man referred to as a palace coup. The one in the south, those ones even know what was going on. That originally, it was an ethnic coup all along. So let's read that part and then move very quickly. I want to get back to go on before we go.
The reactionaries recorded success only at the
Not go on. Shehu Shagari.
where they infect.
The reactionaries recorded success only at the barracks, where they in effect staged a palace coup against the revolution. It was in this way that Ironsi usurped the revolution to his advantage and put some of the revolutionary officers to flight. Madebo was destroying Nzogu's will to fight, not on the battlefield, where he could never have succeeded, but right at his military headquarters, where he, Nzogu, expected to be talking to another revolutionary officer in his own comrade in arms, but rather unfortunately was talking to a wolf in sheep's skin, an enemy who behaved as a friend and who had the avowed intention of getting a quick and tidy end to Nzogu's revolution.
Thank you. Later on the 16th, when it was becoming obvious that Ojukwu was not faithful to the revolution.
Later on the 16th, when it was becoming obvious that Ojukwu was not faithful to the revolution, Nzogu requested Madebo to go to Kano, both to collect money for the troops and to speak to Ojukwu. Madebo tactfully turned down the request and suggested that a junior officer should be sent. Nzogu agreed and sent Captain Ude. The latter was promptly arrested by Ojukwu. Nzogu's natural reaction was to send a crack force under the command of Major Tim Onwategu to knock some sense into the head of Odumegwu Ojukwu in Kano.
By the first light of the 17th.
This force was ready by the first light of the 17th on Monday. It was well armed and provided with adequate supporting weapons and transport. It had got ready to go forth when Madebo sighted it and intervened against it, to the detriment of the revolution. He suggested that the force should be stopped and that he himself would speak to Ojukwu and obtain the release of Ude. It was another most dreadful blow against the development of the revolutionary spirit and power in Nigeria. If the Kano exploit had gone forth, it would have been successful. It would have dealt a blow to the bigotry of Ojukwu. First, he talked about the bigotry of Ironsi. He's also talking about the bigotry of Ojukwu, and revisionists of his ilk would have learned the lesson. More than that, it would have boosted the morale of the core of budding revolutionaries under the leadership of Nzogu. The aspirations contrasted with those of the reactionaries who were materialistic, tribalistic, and jingoistic. These same people, some 20 months later, were bombing and shelling and destroying the people of Eastern Nigeria under the leadership of General Yakubu Gowon. This same Madebo, who had earlier refused to go to Kano for the sake of the revolution, later agreed to act for the sake of Ojukwu, or rather for the sake of reaction, because the revolutionaries had been put to shame. With this, the palace coup against the revolution had succeeded almost completely. One more pressure, and the revolutionary child would breathe its last.
A word cannot be said. A word cannot but be said about the
A word cannot be said. I'll take that again. A word cannot but be said about the Nigerian Air Force and the part it played in the revolution. The Air Force was launched in 1963 when 4 army officers and a few cadets formed the nucleus of its officer corps. By late 1964, it had acquired a few Dornier 27 aircraft, which were small tactical planes. With these, it has started to join in various military exercises. This included the Maiduguri exercises of October 1964, the Makurdi anti-thief operations of 1965, the battle group training exercises of October 1965, and other similar missions. Up till late 1965, the aircraft were mainly flown by German officers, while young Nigerian Air Force pilots were being trained. That same year, the Air Force acquired a few German transport planes for the movement of troops and stores. On the day that the revolution was born in Kaduna, the young Nigerian Air Force pilots were prompt to respond to the quickening tempo of the spirit in the north. These young officers flew their tactical planes around and dominated the airspace of Kaduna in solidarity with Nzogu and in support of the revolution. They flew as far as Zaria and Kano to show the flag of the revolution. At the instance of Nzogu, they planned to participate in the military operations planned to take control of the south. They were to give support to ground forces and to use transport planes to convey combat forces, supporting weapons and vehicles to the battle area. They would have done a lot to bring success to the cause of the revolution, and as the Kaduna base was the only Air Force base in those days, our forces would have dominated the air throughout Nigeria. Foremost among the young air officers was Lieutenant Amuchenwa, who led and encouraged other young officers to the utter discomfiture of their German trainers. They showed themselves capable of taking the aircraft into battle. The last straw. This is actually where we're going now. I just did all of that to prepare the ground for this. As was pointed out above, it required the exertion of only a little pressure for the revolutionary child to capitulate. This last pressure was exerted by Madebo later on the 17th, after the Kano operation had been called off. After having successfully, on 3 previous occasions, diverted Nzogu from his course, Madebo took liberty for license and drove his dagger home. He made Nzogu feel that to pursue his revolutionary aims against Ironsi would smell of personal ambition, and he wanted Nzogu to believe that such ambition was not the aim of the revolution. 1 second, please. I'll take that part again. Says, who are the revolutionaries battling with? The ethnic jingoists, who were also part of the coup, by the way.
So the revolutionaries were battling with officers like themselves who were...
So the revolutionaries were battling with officers like themselves who were also part of the coup, or at least were in support of the coup initially, right? But they were more about the ethnicity and how Ironsi would succeed, not about revolution. If you really wanted, let me tell you something. In fact, I've been reading a lot, I didn't say much. If what they wanted was really revolutionary, do you know what would have happened? All of them would have worked with the guys in the north. And when Nzogu was trying to invade the west and the east, they would have allowed him.
Because they just suddenly discovered they were in on it from the word.
And again, they were not trying to stop because they just suddenly discovered they were in on it from the word because they knew what was happening. But since their goal had already been accomplished in Lagos, and an Igbo man was firmly in the saddle, they had to stop another person from changing, from rocking the chair. So when you say when you ask who are the revolutionaries battling with, they are battling with ethnic jingoists. whose real idea of the coup was to rule Nigeria in terms of their own people ruling Nigeria, and they achieved it, although they lost it 6 months after. But yeah, that's what happens when you don't have long-term strategy. Back to this. Madebo took liberty for license and drove his dagger home. He made Nzogu feel that to pursue his revolutionary aims against Ironsi would smell of personal ambition, and he wanted Nzogu to believe that such an ambition was not the aim of the revolution. He put it to Nzogu as if the army was always the same army. No difference in principles, no difference in objectives, no difference in methods. He spoke as if Ironsi was synonymous with Nzogu and as if both were interchangeable. He completely ignored the truth that revolution was totally different from reaction, and that Nzogu was totally different from Ironsi. This man is even wrong in his own book. He's not a reaction, it was the plan. But I think I've said that enough. He ignored the truth that he himself was acting on instructions that were destructive to the person, principle, and the forces. I'll take that slowly. He ignored the truth that he himself was acting on instructions that were destructive to the person, principle, and the forces that Nzogu stood for. He pretended as if he was acting on his own initiative, as if he was acting on the principle of sincerity, and as if he meant well for Nzogu and his revolutionary forces. It was a combination of trickery, flattery, deception, and beguilement. Unfortunately for the revolution, while this last and destructive pressure was being exerted, Anuforo and I, both of whom would have abated the pressure by preventing Madebo from influencing Nzogu, were only a few miles away, slowly making it towards Kaduna by train. How did this happen? On the 15th of January, by 2:15 p.m., Emmanuel Fajuna and Okafor were in Enugu. Around 4:30 p.m., Adewale and Anuforo were leaving Ijebu-Ode, so they got to Enugu much later. And then after being in Enugu for a bit, they then were making their way to Kaduna to go meet Nzogu. But before they got there, Madebo had put stuff inside his head. What happened to us in Lagos? Someone says, how can this young man amass so much intelligence?
We were intelligent like that when we were young, when we were that age. I mean,
we were intelligent like that when we were young too now, when we were that age. I mean, we built stuff at our own level, because we're not in the army. But
anyway,
we also built stuff. But I'll tell you what I did in my 20s. Anyway, let's go back to this. But yeah, intelligent guys.
What happened to us
where were we?
So beaten us hollow that we were rather disoriented.
What happened to us in Lagos had so beaten us hollow that we were rather disoriented. By the time that we got to Enugu early on the 16th and heard that Nzogu had succeeded in Kaduna, it did not dawn on us that he might need our help and support very badly. It did not occur to us that a lot of initiative was still to be taken by the revolutionary forces, and that such initiative might be lost if we did not make Kaduna in time. Ironsi had already taken control of Enugu and posted Lieutenant Colonel Ejo there early on the 15th. That's true. Ejo had already taken over both the government of Eastern Nigeria and the control of all the troops there. That was a lot faster than we had anticipated, and we realized that Ironsi was moving fast to cash in on our success. We knew very little about the extent of Nzogu's success. Little did we realize that he was thirsty for our moral, military, and psychological support. Therefore, rather than commandeer a vehicle and make it post-haste to Kaduna, we entered a late afternoon train and inched our way up north, arriving early on the 18th, but too late. By that time, Madebo, acting on instruction from Ironsi and Gowon, had pressed Nzogu into agreeing to hand over power to Ironsi. Madebo did not work alone. He found a useful ally in, you won't believe this, Lieutenant Colonel Wanwo, the Nigerian military attaché in London, who was specially flown down to speak to Nzogu. Wanwo had been a known friend of Nzogu, but he belonged to the old brigade of officers who grew from the ranks. In short, he was Ironsi's type and did not grasp the principle. Let me say something. Wanwo, this same Wanwo, was the same person, I just remember about 3 things about him, was the same person who refused to take orders from Ejo in the Midwest because he considered himself better fit to be governor. He was the one who allowed Biafran forces into the Midwest and eventually went to fight for Biafra, although he was from the Midwest. And it was the one that Ojukwu wanted to originally make the governor of the Republic of Benin, before he then changed his mind and appointed Okonkwo. Anyway, so he says here,
Nwawo was Nrossi's type and did not grasp the principles.
In short, Nwawo was Nrossi's type and did not grasp the principles of the revolution. He made it out as if he came to Nzogu as a friend and was speaking in the national interest. He pretended as if he carried a message of truth from Nrossi, when in fact it was merely being used as an instrument of decoy, deceit, bad faith, and revision. He invoked his long-standing friendship with Nzogu and won his ear, though not his heart. By the evening of 17th January, these were the terms that Shagari was referring to. This is the reason we came to this book. We have to the Republic of Benin was that Midwest? Yes. They renamed Midwest region Republic of Benin and appointed an Igbo governor and tried to kill the governor that was there before, David Ejo. They almost assassinated him. Led by a man called Chukwuka. Chukwuka came much later. He had gone to Warri first. Anyway, you are correct.
By the evening of 17th January, when was 17th January? The same day that Victor Banjo.
By the evening of 17th January, when was 17th January? The same day that Victor Banjo was arrested and imprisoned by his bro, his person, Nrosi.
You can also power tap on Twitter. If you're on Twitter watching, please power tap as well.
Oh, you can also power tap on Twitter. If you're on Twitter watching, please power tap as well. This is nice. I didn't know that. Let's keep reading.
January, Nzogu had agreed to hand over power to Nrosi.
By the evening of 17th January, Nzogu had agreed to hand over power to Nrosi and to follow Nwawo to Lagos. Before he did, he laid down 5 conditions which were to be fulfilled to enable him to cooperate with Nrosi. These were a guarantee of safety for himself, his officers and all men who took part in the January 15 revolution. B, a guarantee for them of freedom from legal prosecution then or at any later time. C, compensation to be paid to the families of all officers and men who lost their lives during the coup. D, the release of all officers and men who were detained in the South. E, the assurance that the people whom we fought to remove will not be returned to office. These 5 conditions were accepted by Nrosi on the phone and were personally accepted on his behalf by Nwawo. That one who betrayed Nigeria. Again, I'd like to mention all of them. Nwawo, Okwechime, Isiche, all of them. Ochie.
So it says here.
It is well with their souls. All right. So it says here, these 5 conditions were accepted by Nrosi on the phone and were personally accepted on his behalf by Nwawo, whom he had sent specially for this purpose and particularly to assure Nzogu of his personal safety in Lagos. Nzogu had made up his mind to leave for Lagos before Anuforo and I surfaced at Kaduna Officers' Mess early on the 18th. Nzogu was shocked to see us because rumors added that we had all been killed in Lagos. Excuse me.
He briefed us on past events by saying, quote, we had a plan to attack the South.
He briefed us on past events by saying, quote, we had a plan to attack the South, to destroy the forces of reaction, unquote. I jumped for joy and interjected, thank heavens, let's go. But we had stepped down, he retorted, and another cold stream ran down my spine. It was the second since the 15th, and my rising hope was lost again. Then Nzogu went through the events as they happened and so on and so forth. We're going to stop here because I think we've got what we came here to do. I just came here to read the 5 guarantees that Nzogu wanted. Or the 5, how did he put it here? The curious terms. That's why we came to this book. Sheikh Shagari said he surrendered to Nrosi the day before on a number of curious terms. Those curious terms are the terms I just read. In case you did not hear me, let me read it again. By the evening of 17th January, Nzogu had agreed to hand over power to Nrosi and to follow Nwawo to Lagos. Before he did, he laid down 5 conditions which were to be fulfilled to enable him to cooperate with Nrosi. These were, number one, a guarantee of safety for himself, his officers, and all men who took part in the January 15 revolution. Number two, a guarantee for them of freedom from legal prosecution then or at any later time. Number three, compensation to be paid to the families of all officers and men who lost their lives during the coup. Number four, the release of all officers and men who were detained in the South. Number five, the assurance that the people whom we fought to remove would not be returned to office. Those were the curious terms that Shehu Shagari referred to in his book. Now let's go back to Shehu Shagari's book. We still have some time before we go. It's a Friday, so I'm going to stay a few more minutes. It's 8:31 p.m. by the way. FFT says he has a question. I don't consider the question foolish, but please ask the question. Please go on. Before we go back to the book, Kaziri for the next maybe 15-20 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. We'll be here on Monday at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time, and by the grace of God, our first episode, Redome Republic, will be out next week. Please, when it comes out, kindly support. Please help us push that content. We want to put it on all social media platforms. The quiz, the game show, the very first episode. So please watch out for that. FFT says, okay, please, what was the plan of the revolutionaries? Who was going to be the leader of the country? No, it's not a bad question, by the way. It's not a foolish question. I say because that will take a whole day. But the easiest way to understand is to read this book. The plan, it wasn't about having a leader. It wasn't about having a leader. It was about having a structure where there'll be almost like a SMC, like what we had later called the Supreme Military Council. So there'll be a council that will determine things in Nigeria. And one of the first things they wanted to do was to break the North and the South into 7 states each. So we're going to have 14 states, and each of those 14, of course, will have military administrators, and then they will have a government at the center in Lagos. But how they were going to do it was going to be military. But if you read the book, Why We Struck, there's a bit about this, the way they planned it, what they wanted. It wasn't so much about making one person the head. Ironsi was not even in the picture, and neither was Awu, contrary to what people have been peddling since 1967. It was going to be a military stuff. They were going to have 14 states. They had different plans, education, manufacturing, this and that. You know, if you really want to read like what you would consider to be like a manifesto of the coup, you find it in this book, Why We Struck.
Maybe another day we can have a conversation about it.
You find it in this book, right? But maybe another day we can have a conversation about it. But I'm very careful with that topic because I think it's how naive people think about a country as vast as Nigeria. And the thing is that he had it in mind, to change the country and to turn things around and restructure the nation and everything according to their own plan. But the people they were working with, they had something else up their sleeves. Ekenzi asked a question. He said, who do you think was the originator of the coup, as in whose idea was it? That answer is not as easy as... It's not that easy. It's not that easy, and I'll explain. Because in order to actually understand it, I mean, Ariagidite says Ifajuna. Yes, you can say Ifajuna. You can say so. But you see, the more I think about it, the more I think the whole thing actually was civilian first, before it was military. That's what I think. I think there was a civilian. I mean, by the way, not even I think. The special branch report says there were civilians involved. But I think the civilians were the first people to actually come up with the plan before the military guys. That's what I think. The special branch report agrees with me that civilians were involved. That's the truth. There were civilians involved. But I think that the civilians were the first to actually initiate it before those guys then started in 65. Why did I say that? Because in 64, Azikiwe was trying to get the military to take over power. Well, not that the military should take over power, that the military will help him to take over power.
Azikiwe was already talking to
according to this book. Azikiwe was already talking to the military that he will be giving orders to them, and that because he was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, they must listen to him. That was why Ojukwu was asking the Nigerian officers that in the event of conflicting orders, who would you listen to? The president or the prime minister? And you find that in the book Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. And was that conversation that led to what happened in the book by, Alkini is zigzag, is connected. The book by David Ejo, Reminiscences, where himself and Yakubu Gowon went to report. He said General Foster, I went back to check over the weekend. Norman Foster was the GOC before Welby Everard. So he was definitely talking about Welby Everard. So they reported to Welby Everard himself and Yakubu Gowon, and that was also confirmed in the book by Frederick Forsyth. The point is that the thing that Ojukwu was saying to the officers was that, excuse me,
was that in the event
and they cook something. Was that in the event of conflicting orders from the president and the premier, and the prime minister, who would you listen to? He was trying to, what's the word now?
To be sure that these guys
want to come with, test the ground to be sure that these guys, may want to come with him, which made Welby Everard contact the Attorney General, who then told them that the only person they have to listen to will be the Prime Minister, because he was the highest political office holder in the country, elected official in the country, and after him will be referred to the Minister of Defense. But why did they do that? Two things. Number one, we already talked about the constitutional crisis between NCNC and NPC, and how Azikiwe did not invite Tafawa Balewa to form government because, according to them, the elections were rigged. But there was another issue from '63 already, anyway, with the census and everything. And then there was also the boycott of the election in the East. It's a long story. Anyway, that's one reason, right? There was a constitutional crisis already. The other reason was that from the '63 issue, Okpara had made a statement that the population figures in the north would make it impossible for another region to be able to become Oga. And then David Ejo said, this is David Ejo now. David Ejo said that they discovered that the president was president, but he had no powers. Right? And they were complaining that how can you be president, but you cannot even advise the government because you had no powers. When you put all those things together, and then you now read the book by Odia Ofemon, The Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War, then you understand that this thing has been a long time coming. Like, this is '64. Now, that thing failed in '64 for one reason only. And the reason was this. Gowon and Ejo reported to the GOC. And the GOC called them, according to David Ejo. And then they made it very clear that the person whose authority the army must follow, or the armed forces, period, must follow, was the prime minister, not the president. So they couldn't do anything. Who's to tell me that they were not the ones that suggested that in '65, after Dotiwale, so that by August, 3 people were having a conversation, or having the conversation about having a coup in Nigeria: Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji. And by October, November, there were 7. And they sped up their plans. And they accomplished it. And Special Branch report said there were 200 people involved. Some knowingly, some unknowingly. And the ones that were doing it knowingly had civilian collaborators. We know who the civilian collaborators were, by the way. The document, by the way, they published it, but only released one half. That one half is the one I always talk about. The second half is classified. And because it's classified, even if we know, we will not say it. We'll just say, if you put 2 and 2 together, it could be this and that. Because there's no way you're going to tell them that Azikiwe was out of this clinic. Azikiwe left in October. He didn't come back until February. Say he was sick. We can't say less with that. There's no way going to tell him that Odysseus did not know about it. If he did not know, how come he refused to appoint an acting prime minister in Dipcharima? There's no way you tell me Mbadiwe did not know about it. If not, how is the person who is writing a letter on the 14th with Tafawa Balewa crying like, and on the 15th wants to become the prime minister, and on the 16th is crying that, hey, what happened to Tafawa Balewa?
Whose idea was it? That's a very...
So I can't say whose idea was it. That's a very loaded question. But if you're talking about the military guys, who were the guys who started planning it, it would be Fajuna, Okafor, and Oji. When it comes to, they existed, we have an idea who they were, and some people we don't even know their names, but they acknowledge that they existed. The special branch report just didn't name them. But excuse me. But this is a big but. Even in the document that was released, they mentioned some names that were targeted, and this is where you begin to note. I don't want to open that document because of time. This is when you begin to note that they mentioned some names, and it just so happens that all the ones that were Igbo, nothing happened to all those names, except Negbe. Nothing happened to those people. So it's that one gene.
Is it that they were using that to push these guys?
They mentioned all these things and nothing happened to them.
For instance, in this book,
is it that they were using that to push these guys? For instance, in this book, it says, oh, they said they're going to release Awolowo from prison in Calabar. That's what Ademo said. Excuse me. Then you read special branch report, they discovered that they had no plans for Calabar. So, if you like say, nobody even say if you like say, the people will do that thing. All of them now say, where are they? And all they will dominate Nigeria, where are they? I want to read something. I just want to check.
Oh, this Lagos area. Names from, so you have officers in Lagos area.
Oh, this Lagos area. The names from, so you have officers in Lagos area, and then the officers, the abduction and assassination of Sabaka Tafawa Balewa, the officers that carried that one out, you know, the guard, the guys in the north, the ones that carried the Kotiebo. There's some names here that one day maybe we'll just read this thing and I will break it down. But for now, that's not what we're going to do. I just want to get, there's a list, right? Just not, yeah, speaking like pidgin. Nothing happened to them. Nothing.
God have mercy on everybody.
We're supposed to believe that it was a revolutionary coup. May God have mercy on everybody, but at this point, the incomplete report ends. We know it was incomplete because he didn't want us to know. Somebody said we should push for declassification. The one that they declassify, what have we done with it? But yeah, I think it's a good thing to do, Sha. 1 second, please. I should stop saying 1 second, one moment. Events, I found it. Found the civilian VIPs scheduled for arrest. They are the Prime Minister of the Federation, the Federal Finance Minister, the Premiers of Northern, Western, Midwestern, and Eastern Nigeria.
This document, I'm just glad I was the government that released it.
This is from the Special Branch report, by the way. This document, I'm just glad I was the government that released it, because if not, and see, some people in Nigeria should be thankful that most Nigerians, many of us don't read. That's what we should be. Some people should be thankful, because some about
let me just read this thing very quickly.
But we are reading now, thank God. Let me just read this thing very quickly. Give me a call.
Stop about what happened to different people. Kashim Ibrahim.
Stop about what happened to different people. Kashim Ibrahim was arrested as the governor of Northern Nigeria. Alhaji Hassan Lemo, Principal Private Secretary to the Premier of Northern Nigeria. Abba Kandagare Gobara, Assistant Principal Private Secretary to the Premier of Northern Nigeria. Fani Kayode, Deputy Premier of Western Region. But let me look for the list of the VIPs that were supposed to be arrested. The Prime Minister was supposed to be arrested, that's Afa Balewa. Federal Finance Minister Okotiebo was supposed to be arrested. The Premiers of Northern Region, that's Sadauna Modubelo. Western Region, SLA Akintola. Midwestern, Dennis Osadebe. And Eastern Nigeria, Michael Okpara. Guess what happened? All of them were killed. And not even arrested and killed. Apart from the Midwestern and Eastern Nigerian Premiers. Why? Because both of them were Igbos. There's no, they should stop playing. That was the plan they had. It was when they got to Enugu, they said, Makari. Okay, I said I'll do a session on that with the nonsense that old man was saying that day about he said the president, the ambassador of America was in Enugu. That was a lie. It was actually the president of Cyprus.
Let me read the other list.
We'll talk about that later. Anyway, the list. Let me read the other list. Let me read the other names very quickly. Keon Badiwe. Did anything happen to him? No. Jaja Wachuku. Did anything happen to him? No. Inu Awada, he was outside. He was out of the country. Sheo Shagari, they didn't touch that one. I wonder why. Tio Elias, Ayorosiji, Emimaje Kodumi, Matthew Umbu, Ariwaji Akinjide, Waziri Ibrahim. These ones were all in the same meeting with Keon Badiwe and Nwafo Rizu.
Steve Stores, you will stop breathing as soon.
Steve Stores, you will stop breathing as soon.
Stop breathing, Abi. It will be your reality.
You use the word stop breathing, Abi. It will be your reality very soon.
You will stop breathing.
To be your reality very soon. You will stop breathing.
So try and get your house in order.
So try and get your house in order. Talk to your parents, talk to your wife if you have one, talk to your family. But just like you wrote, you will be the one to stop breathing. And I'm not even going to help you add any caveats like you are trying to do in the comment section. I'm back here. What was I going to do? I was going to charge this thing. So I have to switch the audio. Give me a second, please.
Can you hear me? I hope everybody can hear me.
Can you hear me? I hope everybody can hear me. Okay, we'll be done very soon. Matthew Muari Akinjide, Waziri Ibrahim. Some of these guys say other ranking positions were to be placed in house arrest pending a decision to their disposal and eventual fate. Events have shown that other political figures, including the Deputy Premier of Western Nigeria, the Finance Minister, and the Governor of Northern Nigeria, were scheduled to be arrested. The conspirators further decided that the following senior army officers represented a threat to their plans and must be killed during the first hours of the rebellion. Mimalari, Lagos, Brigadier Z. Mimalari, Lagos, Brigadier S. Ademulegun, Kaduna, Colonel K. Mohammed, Lagos, Colonel R. Shudende, Kaduna, Lieutenant Colonel A. Lagema Ibadan, Lieutenant Colonel A. Siunegbe, Lagos, Lieutenant Colonel J.T. Pam, Lagos. So for the person that asked, I was just reading this to you to be sure that I was correct, and yeah. So Negbe was on the list. And then there are many lists in the document, by the way. There are many lists. I'm just trying to confirm that, so I'm not giving you any wrong information, and we're good. All right, back to Sheo Shagari. We have, you know why I'm staying so long? Because we listen to music for a bit, so I'm trying to make up for it. But a bit like I say, I think where. Equivocation, back to the book by Sheo Shagari. Equivocation and exceptional lack of political realism characterized the early period of the new regime.
Whereas Major General wants to talk tough, he seemed more concerned to come to terms with...
Whereas Major General Ironsi talked tough, he seemed more concerned to come to terms with Major Nzogu in Kaduna. To be sure, some mutineers in the south were arrested while a few others fled. And Nzogu himself was finally flown to Lagos on 19 January after he surrendered to Ironsi the day before on a number of curious terms. Those curious terms we read in the book by Adewale Ademoyega. Although Nzogu was thrown into detention on arrival, he and his fellow detained felons were accorded VIP treatment. In fact, they were being paid their full salaries and allowances, and 7 of them were even promoted for good measure. Think about that for a second. April 1966, 18 Igbo officers were promoted. 18. And when people started talking about the possibility, before they were promoted, of course, people started saying, may not be like saying only Igbo. They added 3 Northerners. But those 3 Northerners were taken ahead of their 5 seniors who were Yoruba. So by April, 21 officers were promoted. Some of those who were promoted were part of the coup. Did the Hausa do anything? Or did the Northerners do anything? No. Did Yoruba people do anything? No. A number of key military and political appointments were made. Brigadier B.A. Ogundipe retained his post of Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters, while Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon was made Chief of Army Staff. Commodore J.E.A. Way, sorry guys, 1 second, I'll read it again. Let me just check something. Mumbo, I might be no. I want to make sure I'm monitoring YouTube, so I'll know if anybody wants me to read anything. I'm surrounded.
A number of key military and political appointments
Great.
were made.
Awesome. A number of key military and political appointments were made. Brigadier B.A. Ogundipe retained his post of Chief of Staff, Supreme Headquarters, while Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon was made Chief of Army Staff. Commodore J.E.A. Way commanded the Navy, while Lieutenant Colonel Kurobo led the Air Force. That's the one that came to arrest Victor Banjo. In the regions, Lieutenant Colonels Francis Adekunle Fajui, David Okpode Ejo, and Chukwemeka Odumi Gojuko were made military governors for the West, Midwest, and East, respectively, and Major Hassan Usman Katsina later promoted to Lieutenant Colonel for the North. All the appointments broadly reflected the configuration of ethnic and sectional groups in the country. But the ethnic composition of the mutineers and the selective... Pay attention, please. But the ethnic composition of the mutineers and the selective nature of their murders were soon perceived as ethnically motivated. Of the 8 core conspirators, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining one was Yoruba, save Lieutenant Colonel Arthur G. Unegbe, a Midwestern Igbo. You know, I've said that one day. I said it here. There was a Midwestern Igbo. Somebody said it was on Onitsha. I said okay, because I was on that was on that day's topic. You are seeing it here. He was a. What I said that day was that nobody from the east died in the coup, and somebody said Unegbe, and I said Unegbe was Igbo, but was not from the east. And if they could throw Nzogu under the bus and said it was an Igbo that was not known in the east, how come you are saying that Unegbe is an Igbo that was also killed? It's also Midwestern, and it's not known in the east. We have to be consistent. If you want to be stupid, be consistent. If you want to be wise, be consistent. Be consistent. Consistency matters a lot. Unegbe was a Midwestern Igbo.
Of the 8 core conspirators, by the way, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining one was Yoruba.
Of the 8 core conspirators, by the way, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining one was Yoruba, save Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Unegbe, a Midwestern Igbo. Neither of the 2 Igbo premiers of the East and Midwest regions, nor any other Eastern Igbo military officer or politician was eliminated.
The premier of the East was Igbo.
And again, the premier of the East was Igbo, Michael Okpara. The premier of the Midwest was also Igbo, Dennis Osadebe.
Like I said,
and nothing happened to them.
The idea that people think that...
Like I said, this book was published in 1985. The idea that people think that things that we are saying right now is, oh, it's bigotry, you hate us, you are the one that doesn't... Is that maybe you don't know what happened, or you're just being manipulative.
But the ethnic composition of the mutineers and
I'll take it again from, I'll read this paragraph again. But the ethnic composition of the mutineers and the selective nature of their murders were soon perceived as ethnically motivated. Of the 8 core conspirators, 7 were Igbo, while the remaining 1 was Yoruba, save Lieutenant Colonel Arthur G. Unegbe, a Midwestern Igbo. Neither of the 2 Igbo premiers of the East and Midwest regions, nor any other Igbo military officer or politician was eliminated. In fact, the eastern and Midwestern capitals of Enugu and Benin City, respectively, were virtually untouched by the revolt. Nothing happened in those regions. Nothing. I've said it several times. In 1966, there were 5 capitals and 1 place of interest. The capitals were Lagos, Ibadan, Kaduna, Benin, and Enugu. The place of interest was Calabar, because that was where Papa was being held. That was the prison where Awolowo was in. Of those 6 places, and they said they have plans for the 6 places. They talk themselves. Maybe it was one of the Yoruba one that was among them, so you can also dance with them. At the end of the day, there was action in Lagos, in Ibadan, and in Kaduna. That was it. Nothing in Enugu, nothing in Benin, definitely nothing in Calabar. And we're supposed to believe that there's nothing ethnic about this. Are we joking? We are reading the book by Shehu Shagari, Beckon to Serve. The fact that Ironsi was also an Igbo only served to reinforce suspicions that he was sympathetic to the mutineers. Excuse me. Not only was he sympathetic to the mutineers, he was in on it. He was in on it. But before I continue, please let me respond to this, because somebody's trying to spite Awo. What did you say? Papa who said Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. When did he say it? If you tell me the year he said it, now I'll answer your question. I know the year he said it. He said it too, but when did he say it? And what was the context? I'll wait. 5, 4, let's start 10, 9, 8, 7. You don't have the answer. We have to be very careful when we quote people. So if you hear that somebody says something, I think the best thing to do next is to find where he said it so you get it. What was the context? I don't want to change topic. The year was 1947. The book was Path to Nigerian Freedom. The context was about the ethnic divisions within Nigeria and the understanding of nationhood. Today, Nigeria is no longer just a mere geographic expression. Nigeria is a country because it's a political entity, but it is not a nation, and it cannot become a nation because there are many nations within it. So if Nigeria wants to progress, Nigeria has to go back to what Awo said in 47. Not to call it a mere geographic expression, because at the time there was no independence. Now there's independence, there's political identity and sovereignty, but there's no national identity. There's no national value system. There's nothing like that. There's no national language. We're not going to have it, by the way, because it would be infra-dig for Yoruba person to abandon the Yoruba national value to go and look for something with people who ambelong. Ambelong means we are still asking God to help. We are still begging God on their behalf. So Nigeria is a country, but it's full of nations. And Awo said it, and Awo was 100% correct, and Awo is correct, and it will always be correct. But not in the sense of it is just a mere geographic expression. Context matters. I'm done with that. Let's get back to the book. The fact that Ironsi was also an Igbo only served to reinforce suspicion that he was sympathetic to the mutineers. I was saying that not only was he just sympathetic to the mutineers, he was in on everything from the word go. And we know that because we read the book by J. Isawa Elaigu, Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman, and A Tragedy Without Heroes by Hilary M. Njoku. Interestingly, I quoted Njoku on Twitter the other day, and somebody said, oh, you're just quoting a soldier, and somebody said he was a soldier or a poet that was paid to write a book. I was like, no. Njoku was the first commander of Biafra military. He was the first head of Biafra military. In other words, after Odumegojuku, he was his post that Madebo eventually took. So, a man like that writes a book. I want to read it. I want to understand where it's coming from. Even Madebo's book, I read. Although that one, not life full of. But because you can tell where people are going from what they're saying. All of that to say that if you read Njoku's book, that's a tragedy without heroes, and you read Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman, and you read Reminiscences by David Ejo, there is no way on earth you will not know. And you also read this book, this one, Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, there's no way you will not know that Ironsi was part of the coup. Maybe not active, he was Babana, he was Oga of everybody. He didn't carry anything with them, but he knew what's up. He even said it. We're not going to go into that today. Let's continue. The fact that Ironsi was also an Igbo only served to reinforce suspicions that he was sympathetic to the mutineers. The view was patently dubious, but it was nevertheless widely shared, particularly among Northerners, who pointed to the disproportionate loss of their most prominent political and military figures vis-a-vis other regions. It was thus easy for some people to read ethnic bias into the actions of the new regime to suspect that Easterners, particularly the Igbo, were battening upon others. Regrettably, Ironsi himself did not help matters by surrounding himself with a battery of predominantly Igbo advisors who forced themselves into not only a think tank, but a sort of kitchen cabinet as well. Let me quickly say something. Whenever you read something like this, folks will say, but he had one clown said he sacked all his what's the word? Personal bodyguards, and then he had bodyguards from different parts of the country. So what? He didn't sack anybody, by the way. But his personal bodyguards, yes, were from different parts. But when people talk about advisors, they're not talking about the person that is carrying pompo and carrying a club, watching over you. That's not the point. They're talking about the people that actually decided what was happening in Nigeria. They were predominantly Igbos. All of them were Igbo. What am I saying? Predominantly Igbo. They were all Igbos. All these advisors were Igbos. But it is you. When you talk about that, you are the bigot. The person who did it is not a bigot. It's like the video I shared the other day, where somebody says, someone said one Igbo man is equal to 500 Hausa. Another clown said one Igbo man is equal to 10 Yoruba. I now said that was insane, because considering the fact that you're saying one Igbo man is equal to 10 Yoruba men, and that anywhere you put a Yoruba man, it should be the same way. But if you put an Igbo man in the desert, it will become Dubai. But we can't say any Dubai in your region. Somebody now said, I am a bigot. So the one who said 1 is 10 is equal to 10 Yoruba people, and 1 Igbo is equal to 500 Yoruba Hausa men. Those ones are not bigots. This is what they do. Your response, it's about tone policing, right? Your response is what is the core of whatever wanking they want to do that day, right? They don't care about what you are responding to. Which is why I say to people, see, there are two things you can do after hearing things from the Southeast. You can either react or respond. The North reacted, and they are respected. The West always responds, and we are still disrespected. Do we have to react?
How do they react?
How did they react? It's like this book. If we get to it today, that would be good, but it's already past 9, and I look around my family. 1 second, please.
Rex, come and take the phone. Sorry, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you eating? All right, I'll be very quick, right?
All right, I'll be very quick, right? The fact that Ironsi, okay, no, I've read that already. It was thus easy for some people to read ethnic bias into the actions of the new regime, to suspect that Easterners, particularly the Igbo, were battling upon others. Regrettably, Ironsi himself did not help matters by surrounding himself with a battery of predominantly Igbo advisors who formed themselves into not only a think tank, but a sort of kitchen cabinet as well. You can read lips. I read the lips now. I'm talking to my kids. It's okay if you can read my lips. Only show this soon. Only quote this soon. One down. kì í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ téèyàn ti gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ ní nǹkan fẹ́ disturb yín ni. In 1965, his would-be British predecessor, Major General Welby Everard, opposed his... Okay, you know what? This part I think I have to slow down. Maybe this is... I'll just stop after reading this. We'll have to come back to this on Monday, by the way. But I need to read this just to give you an idea. In 1965, his would-be British predecessor, by the way, that was the last British General Officer Commanding of the Nigerian Army, Major General Welby Everard, opposed his appointment as GOC but was overruled by Sir Abubakar, much also to the disapproval of some leading NPC figures. Ironsi was, however, a courageous, if somewhat elusive soldier whose commitment to the military professional ethos seemed both strong and genuine. He was very much beholden to his advisors and unable or unwilling to descend the treacherous path which they wanted him to tread. These were clever men intent on fishing in troubled waters. Who were the clever men intent on fishing in troubled waters? The Igbo advisors. Why am I adding the ethnic group? Because that was the entire reason for the coup. It was an ethnic coup, and as soon as they got power, they filled the place just like they did between 60 and 64. So now they were at the top. Have I talked about the Nwokedi report? Have we gotten there yet? No, okay. That was much later in May. If we don't get there today, of course, we'll be there on Monday. Excuse me.
On 21 February 1966, Ironsi elaborated on his regime's
On 21 February 1966, Ironsi elaborated on his regime's intentions in a major policy speech. Public affairs were to be conducted from the center to ensure control over all major areas of national activities and to plot a uniform pattern of development for the whole country. Those were his words. I'll take it again. Public affairs were to be conducted from the center to ensure control over, quote, all major areas of national activities and to plot a uniform pattern of development for the whole country, unquote. Anybody that talks like this is a thief. They do this because they tell you they want to unite Nigeria. You know, please, guys, I know we do a lot of China went to China, but sometimes just, you know, you can read a little bit here and there. This China were always shouting that develop. How did it develop? There was no uniform development in China. And there's still no uniform development in China. The idea that everybody will just go together is insane. Even when we had Western region, it wasn't like an even development all across the region. Forget nation now, forget the country. Even at the regional level, you can't have it. These things, they sound nice, but they don't really make sense. And it's what you want to do when you want to create an army of zombies. You don't want unity, you want uniformity. So what the plan was essentially was this thing where everybody just goes this way because I said so, and that is what shows that you are united. We're not united. That's not what means unity. That's all. No. And that's why it was easy for these guys to come up with unitary system. And again, don't forget, unitary system did not begin with Ironsi. Unitary system began with NCNC. It was a plan they had from the early 50s. It was something Azikiwe himself pushed. So whatever Ironsi was doing was the fulfillment of their dream. Last paragraph for today. There will be no room for sectional or ethnic concerns. In fact, let me read from the beginning because I'll speak on that. We'll come back on Monday. On 21 February 1966, Ironsi elaborated on his regime's intentions in a major policy speech. Public affairs were to be conducted from the center to ensure control over, quote, all major areas of national activities and to plot a uniform pattern of development for the whole country, unquote. There will be no room for sectional and ethnic consents. No Yoruba, no Igbo, no Hausa, we are all one. Nigeria is a lie. That thing is the tool of a thief. It's not the tool of unity. That's not unity. That's stealing. And if you don't believe me, please wait till Monday. I promise you I'm going to explain on Monday. But let's quickly finish this paragraph. There would be no room for sectional or ethnic concerns, the infamous politics of civilian politicians. If all this sounded vaguely agreeable, northern elites saw it as a mere ploy to foster Igbo dominance and control over state power, resources, jobs, and patronage. Isolated from the hub of state power, they were inclined to see the consequences of such deprivation as all too frightening. We will unite. One nation under God. You soon discover that that nation will be built by one group and fueled by one group, but all of you cannot complain because we are united. Their fears were also widely shared by other non-Igbo elites, particularly within official circles, where they now developed weak channels of political communication and control among the soldiers, police, and civil servants who mainly composed the regime. And to the latter was added the insulation of the regime from outside political demands, made worse by the regime's own assumptions. I will do something on Monday. Let me write it down. I'm going to, in order to, again, confirm some of the things we are seeing here, we should read from... I need to write as I'm thinking. The educated elite in the Nigerian society. It's a book. It's a good book by E.A. Ayodele. When we come on Monday, we're going to read something about what the intellectuals of Igbo stock, what they advised Ironsi to do. And by the way, as we continue reading this book as well, you see what the common people, common Igbo people, what they also did. The truth is, by the time we read some of these things, again, this is not
the children who should be apologizing to the rest of us are the ones demanding
whose properties were returned. The children who should be apologizing to the rest of us are the ones demanding reparations in 2025. Why? Because we want to have a united nation. Well, let's have a united country, many nations. Make it difficult for people to have their way based on nothing but property. And the insane thing is that those who guilt trip you are the ones that should be guilt tripped. Those who hurt you, or those who are saying you hurt them, are actually the ones whose fathers hurt everybody. And in reality, what you see in 1966 was...
What's the word now? It's a coming together.
Like, what's the word now? It's a coming together, right, of different groups with the same mission, but those groups were within a larger group. So, for instance, you have the Igbo civilians, that's Igbo politicians, I should say, Igbo politicians, Igbo military officers, Igbo intellectuals, those three, planning for Nigeria, supported by Igbo commoners. And what each of them did was documented. Are we saying this to say Igbos are bad people? No. They're humans. They're good people. I mean, they're good people in every ethnic group. Like I always say, the reason I don't say everybody is bad is because you have to remember Dora Akunyili. If you remember nobody else, you have to remember Dora Akunyili. And she was Igbo from Anambra State. So they are good Igbo people. Nobody's saying Igbo people are bad. It's just that history happened, and we are running away from the facts of history because in our minds, when we do that, we can build a great nation. Is a lie. You know why? Because those who know what really happened, they wrote it down and they taught their children, and their children know it, and they discuss it. And because they never say it in public, you will suffer in silence and say everybody hates you, but you don't understand the fact that you actually, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on the edge. You're just reaping the rewards of your father's.
All right. We continue from here on.
What's it called? Work. All right. We'll continue from here on.
There are bad people here. What are you saying?
There are bad people here, man. What are you saying? Bro Soccer.
Let me tell you something, Bro Soccer. I think, and this is...
The truth is this. Let me tell you something, Bro Soccer. I think, and this is... It's not even a thought, it's a reality. A lot of young Igbo people didn't know this or don't know this as well.
It's nothing but propaganda.
You see, they were groomed on a particular narrative. It's nothing but propaganda. They were told they were hated, they were marginalized. Somebody came the other day and said, we have been marginalized, see what you have done to Igbo. So I asked the person, what exactly is it? When you say you have been marginalized, what exactly is the definition of that marginalization? What is it that you are marginalized? What is it that other regions have? What is it that Igbos don't have, but you have those things in Kebbi?
But you can find it if you go somewhere in Jigawa. What is it?
What is it that the Southeast does not have, but you can find it if you go somewhere in Jigawa? What is it?
You have not become president.
He had only one thing to say. You have not become president.
How many Hausa presidents?
And I said to him, so what? How many Hausa presidents have we had? None.
One Hausa president.
We have not had one Hausa president.
Have we had? Ibibio, Idoma.
How many chief presidents have we had?
How many
Ibibio, Idoma.
How many presidents have we had?
How many? How many Bacham presidents have we had? How many Biron presidents have we had? Well, we've had Angasha. We had
That was from Kano, or wasn't Hausa?
Nah, we thought I was not Hausa. We thought I was from Kano. And if you decide to become president and you tell them to vote for you and they say no, why do you think it's because you are Igbo? And why do you think that? Someone says Zik was president. Of course, Zik was president now. Zik was president, Ironsi was head. Somebody said they've never been president. I said Zik and Ironsi were not local government chairmen. They were not chairmen. They were heads of state. The truth is this. The Igbos have had more presidents than the Hausas have had in Nigeria's history. They've had 2 heads of state. Hausas have had none. Ibibios have had none. Ijo just got 1 in 2011.
If you want to become president, you vie for office.
If you want to become president, you vie for office. If they vote for you, you become president. If they don't vote for you, you try again. Don't cry. Murife.
You try again. I've said several times. Even this man that was
You try again. I've said several times. Even this man that was Fulani, Buhari.
He tried 4 times.
He tried 4 times.
4. It's our own version of Abraham Lincoln as far as
4.
elections are concerned.
Is our own version of Abraham Lincoln as far as elections are concerned. 4 times. He won the 4th try. The first time he had an Igbo vice presidential candidate. I hope people even remember. You know, Chuba Okadibo was once Buhari's vice presidential candidate.
Of course, he lost.
He got 12 million votes in the north. Of course, he lost the eastern region.
2003, 2007, he used Igbos.
2003, 2007, he used Igbos. 2011, he used Sunday Bakare. He lost, still. He was having 12 million votes, so, like, on the norms. Like, normally, Omagba 12, no questions about it. But still, he wasn't winning. Because it's more than the volume or the number of votes. It's about how many states you get the votes, right? And then the 4th try, he brought in Yemi Oshibajo, and he aligned with Ashwaju, and he won. What did you notice? The first time was with an Igbo. He tried it again. His base was intact in the north. It didn't work. So, okay. 2nd time, it didn't work again. Okay. 3rd time, let me try Southwest. He tried the Southwest. It didn't work exactly the way he wanted. So, he said, okay, where else can I align with? Okay, I'm going to align with this person. Worked at Ashwaju, and it worked. 1st, 2nd, 3rd had nothing to do with his ethnicity. And let me say it this way. If anybody ever says the reason they don't vote for them is their ethnicity, it's because the person knows what their ethnicity has done. But in reality, the way politics work, you will try, you may fail, you may win, you may fail. If you win, you try, if you fail, you try again. And if you feel like you begin to cry and say it's because people hate you, that's your business. That just means that your brain is not fully developed. I don't care if you are old and you're crying and say, Gbiri, say, you don't vote for us.
Okay.
Nobody has. Sorry.
Did you buy fuel? What is your goal? What is your wedding? Switch. Sorry, look back in here. You're shaving. No. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
So yeah.
I had to switch. So yeah.
Israel.
Come here.
No. I didn't even know it was there. All right. So I was saying that.
I didn't even know it was there. All right. So I was saying that you try, you fail, you try, you fail. You might just win the next time. Ashwaju did it once. He won.
That winning took 30 years.
But guess what? That winning took 30 years. If you don't have the patience, right? If you don't have the patience for that long, long-term kind of thing, then you have to find somebody that will have to pull you up. There are only two ways to become president in this country. Only two ways. The third one is in the hands of God. The one that's out of men is the one I know. One, you have a mentor that pulls you up. E.g. Yaradua. E.g. Goodluck Jonathan. They didn't become president or vice president because they were so good. They were there because of Obasanjo. So someone pulls you up. Even Buhari needed Ashwaju.
Or
somebody else to help you.
The other option
or
is to spend years building
the other option is to spend years building your base. You know this person, you have worked with this person. Ashwaju has been doing this for 30 years, more than 30 years. Connecting with the north, the south, doing this in the north. It's Kolocom, we'll go and do it in Kano. You think he was doing that because, wanted to go and eat masa?
When the time came for him to say, okay,
took years. Then when the time came for him to say, okay, Otuwakon, you're not buying, say, they rallied around, they rallied to support him. That's how it works. You have no mentor to hold you up, and you have no patience of long term, and you want to start at the top, it's okay. But you will have to pay your dues. It's just the way it is. The only other way is divine. And that one is in the hands of God. And he can do that to whoever he wants. He might decide to break all the rules. That's good. But we are not God. We are gods, but we are not Almighty God. Anyway.
I have some comments to read.
Thank you very much for being here. I have some comments to read. I will not be able to bring people up because people of God is 9:23. Literally, 9:23 p.m. The only good thing about this is that tomorrow is Saturday, so I will see the ones who are sleeping. I will get content soon by instance, so I'll see them tomorrow. But yeah, let me just read your comments, please. So I'll start with YouTube. Give me a ball. I can't read this, man. You wrote an entire thesis on YouTube, and I saw what you were saying that some people were coming from Biafra. Read Biafra TV says he sent it in 1948. What did he send in 1948? McNich says Umahi and Soludo are sane guys. Of course they are. That's why I always say that it's not like everybody. So the rule is that people behave a certain way, but there will be exceptions. Umahi and Soludo are exceptions, but they are good people, just like Dora Quinley. We have to remember that. But majority of folks from the Southeast think a certain way, and they know. And if you don't think that way, they will now start insulting you. But yes, Umahi, Soludo, nobody is perfect, not even me. But exceptions actually prove the rule. But the rule exists. There's Godwin Zogu. I don't know that person, though. Who is Godwin Zogu? Even if I was said Nigeria as a mere geographical expression, can be said for virtually all African countries. No. So we have to remember again. We have to remember the date when it's and the context. And the reason I say that is because I just thought about it one day and I felt like People say Nigeria is a mere geographical expression because Awo said it. I'm like, Awo will not be saying that in 2025.
Did he say it? Yes.
People quote him.
Did he say it?
Did he say it? Yes. But when did he say it?
Again, if you read the book,
if you read the book,
Path to Nigerian
I don't want to bring out the book, man. It's past night. Path to Nigerian Freedom. He said, Nigeria is a major geographic expression. There is no Nigerian in the same way as there is an English or a French or German. He's talking about ethnic identity. Then he said that the word Nigerian is merely an appellation for people that live within the geographical boundaries of the place that we call Nigeria. I was making the case, and this I'm really quoting him now. Actually, I'm actually quoting what he says. I don't have to open the book. I was actually saying that the concept of Nigeria cannot be compared to, say, England or France, because those are nations. But Nigeria at the time was a mere geographic expression. Right now, you cannot just say it's a mere geographic expression. Why? Because at the time, it was not a political entity, at least as far as being in the hands of Nigerians was concerned. Today, it's a country. Nigeria is a political entity. It's not just, like some people say, it's a company. No, it's not just a mere, I mean, there are systems. Whether it works or not is another question. But it's a country. It's a sovereign space. It has its own system. It's a political entity. But it has not, and I don't think it will ever evolve into becoming a nation. And that is not its advantage. It is not.
Let me end by saying this. Just think of Nigeria.
Let me end by saying this. Just think of Nigeria as a continent and you'll be fine. I really want to push this into the minds of Nigerians.
There are more ethnic groups in Nigeria.
And I've said this before, I'll keep saying it. There are more ethnic groups in Nigeria than in the entire continent of Europe.
There are more ethnic groups in Nigeria.
There are more ethnic groups in Nigeria than there are ethnic groups in the entire continent of Europe.
How do you now assume that a place such as diverse as
How do you now assume that a place such as diverse as that is just one? We are united. That's why our wise ones will say unity in diversity. They acknowledge our diversity. And that's why I say I love the anthem we use right now. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. In other words, we are different, but we choose to stand together in brotherhood. Let's not be doing a rise of compatriots and one nation bound in freedom. We know it's not a nation. They are tribe and tongue, and we are many. But we can choose to work together in brotherhood. Until we start thinking like a continent, sincerely, I don't think we're going to make any progress in this country or long. Because you are just people are acting as if they're in a local government. If you go to some parts, what am I saying? I was going to say go to some parts of the north. Even if you go to some parts of the east and you're a westerner, you go to that place and you speak English. They don't understand. You speak. Well, there's some places where Igbo is even interesting. There's some places where you have to speak the dialect of those people, not just the general Igbo. For Yoruba, it's a bit different. You can speak Yoruba, the Yoruba Jumolo. At least they will understand. So why can't we be honest with ourselves, like say, you know what? These people, Yoruba people are one. Just like Germany is one. But Germany is in EU. Or someone say, oh, but EU is not a country. Well, the UK is a country. Scotland is a nation. I know if you have been hearing me, you might be like, you have said this thing several times. We have to keep saying it. There are 4 nations in the UK. 4. Not 1. 4. And I've said it several times. Have you also noticed the only time you see football team representing Great Britain is during the Olympics? There is no British football team in World Cup. Every one of those nations have their own football teams. That means something to yourself that you must be one. Why is there a Nigerian league? How can I be a Yoruba league? an Igbo league, a Hausa league.
Is it UK league? Is it British
The
league?
one we're always shouting that's happening in England, is it UK league? Is it British league? Is it not English league?
These things, I think we know it.
Is,
maybe we have not put
you know,
our minds to it.
these things, I think we know it, but maybe we have not put our minds to it.
Is that British league?
It's not English league.
It's not.
Is that British league? There's none.
What's this thing we must do so that we can prove that we're united?
What's this thing we must do so that we can prove that we're united? English Premier League. English, not British. A friend of mine, born and raised in the UK, we're having a conversation one day. She was already in her 30s at the time. This was a while back. And we're talking, and she said something, and I said, you know, you're not English, you know? And she was like, what do you mean? I said, you're British. You're a citizen of the United Kingdom. You're not an indigene of England. You can't become English. I was like, wait. Really? She went. Came back some days later and was like, you're right. You can be living in that country and not realize. You not be shouting, oh, it's racism. You don't understand that the structure already, they know exactly who you are.
You see them shouting, oh, you must be British.
You see them shouting, oh, you must be British. We are Kidiko. We are united. No.
None of us.
We are the ones who, by the way, none of us on the continent, there is no single country in all 54 countries in Africa that determine their own borders. Not one. Including Ethiopia, not one determine its own borders. But we are the ones that must prove that everybody within that border, within those borders, everybody within this national clinical is a nation. We'll now spend, this is 2025, Abi? 65 years of independence. We're still asking, are we a nation? Stupid question. Why must we be one? If you understand these basic things, then Nigeria will thrive. Nigeria will do well. If you don't understand it, you have two options. Either to maintain the status quo of bickering and fighting among yourself, or you break the nation violently. And neither of those two things make sense. This status quo doesn't make sense. See where we are now. Now pass this nonsense to your children. Like, go better, you go better. The structure is fundamentally off. And then the other ones say, we must break it, must break it. Every generation, a new group of agitators. And none of them will ever accomplish it. They cannot. Listen, to break Nigeria is almost impossible. I'm not saying it's possible because God knows more than us. Almost impossible. And if it ever happens, it will be violent.
The only way that it can happen without being violent.
The only way that it can happen without being violent, I will not say it online, but that one, most of you that are shouting what a nation, they are not capable of doing it. They don't have the temperament, the capacity. You cannot do that to me. I am Kiniko in court. That's one that will break Nigeria in peace. So if we really want to make progress, understand that we are different. Just like the UK has different nations, there are different nations in Nigeria. And those nations, they will have a way of doing their things. And nobody should move around like a fool, assuming that they can do anything anywhere because he's also a Nigerian. That is nonsense. Everybody knows their boundaries everywhere they go. Nigeria is not a warehouse without walls. Nigeria is an estate with buildings, and each building has a landlord. You don't move around and be asking us, are we not in the same estate? I must be able to enter your room and still sleep anywhere I like. They will deal with you. And that's what happened in 66. People were dealt with in the north because they had to remind them, this is an estate. This is not a warehouse. There are no, this one, there was, not just that there was here, there are different buildings. And you must know where to stop. When we come on Monday, we're going to read about that from this book, how one hobo, the Igbos hobbled, they hobbled. One hobo, I don't know how to say that in English. They beat more than they could chew and led to terrible things in 66. We're going to discuss that on Monday. But I'll end by saying, let us be intentional about Nigeria. It's my elbow that is making you guys laugh. Let us begin to dream of the possibility of a Yoruba League. Let us, I'm speaking to Yoruba people right now. Let us remember You don't need sovereignty to be a nation. You are a nation right now. As you are a nation. Yoruba is a nation. We have to think nationally. That's what our fathers gave us. We cannot afford to be thinking like clans and be saying, "King come my state, King come my town." We are Yoruba. That national mindset, that's why you see what's happening at the regional level in Yoruba land, because they are thinking nationally. We cannot afford to think like, you can't do that. So if sovereignty comes, they. If sovereignty doesn't come, they. But we don't lose our national identity. And there's no Nigerian national identity. We have a flag, we have a coat of arms, we have an anthem, we have a pledge. We have no value system, we have no culture, we have no language. The only three things uniting Nigeria: football, jollof rice, and the ability to suffer and smile and adapt. Those are great things, but they're not cultural values. Our value systems are different because we have several nations, and it's fine. And we have to get to the point as Nigerians where it doesn't make us feel that we are not united because we are different. Unity is not afraid of uniqueness. Unity is not sameness. What people expect and they call unity is actually uniformity. And uniformity thrives when there's erasure. In other words, in order to have a uniform people, you have to erase the uniqueness and have a tabula rasa and start all over again. I don't have that. I don't have that option as a Yoruba person. I cannot erase everything that my fathers have done in the last, 3,000 years, because of some people that want to build something in the last 20 or 60 years. They don't even know where they are going. Let everybody maintain their lane, but we can work together as a country and build a wonderful Nigeria. And all of us be like EU. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Yoruba land. May God bless each and every one of us. And may your dreams come true. The ones that will work, no, not the one that will call Nigeria zoo. If you call Nigeria zoo, your family has to become a zoo. And you'll be the animal. Nigeria is not a zoo. Nigeria is a country of many nations, and Nigeria will work in a lifetime. I mean, we be those that will bring the solutions that we want, so that we can build a structure and a nation that our children will be proud of as Yoruba people and also together as Nigerians. Thank you very much for listening. We've been looking at how the First Republic ended. Today was part 4. On Monday, we're going to go to part 5. Next week as well, we're going to put out our first episode of Redomi Republic, which is a game show that focuses on Nigerian politics, Nigerian history, and also on Yoruba history and culture. We have the first recording sorted. We're working on the editing. We're going to have it out during the week. So please follow Redomi Republic on every social media platform. Please, on TikTok, on Twitter, on Facebook, and on X. That's Twitter, Abi? Yeah, YouTube. Please subscribe to Redomi Republic on YouTube, and also we always engage the content. We have a lot of stuff on the in the channels. If you listen to anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, take a break and listen to it again. It will help you. It happens to all of us. You risk something like, but you go back because it helps you understand how life really is. So please listen and be blessed. One last thing, if you'd like to be part of it, I think next week we're going to have a session. I'm going to put up the advert very quickly. We're going to have a session. Please, if you're on TikTok, please part up. This is what's a verification activity. We're almost done. I can't believe it. 20 minutes to 10. Okay. It's Friday.
All right. So I was going to say
TGIF, I guess. All right. So I was going to say this. We will have. Please, you have to part up, guys, on TikTok. We're almost done, please. Thank you for 118.9K likes. But I can't do anything because this thing will not stop showing inactivity. We're almost done. God. I just want to show you the ad so that you can, register if you're interested. But this thing is not allowing me to do anything. And thank you very much for liking the live, by the way. I think a number of people are liking it, but we have to do more.
All right. Yeah, so that's it. We're going to have
all
a
right.
recording next week.
Yeah, so that's it. We're going to have a recording next week. So please register. Start registering now so that we can quickly, reach out to you and invite you for the recording. Linktree/Redomi Republic. Be part of it. There'll be cash prizes. Every correct answer you provide fetches you a particular amount of money. So please be part of it. Register and win some cash prizes. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please reach out to me. Oh yeah, I remember now. I mentioned earlier that I'm going to put out the account details, especially for the Gen 2 men and ladies who mentioned it earlier. So if you'd like to support what we're doing, please use these bank details. 1 second, please. I'm typing 618544103 PG.
So that's it right there.
All right. So that's it right there. Support what we're doing. Thank you very much for your generosity. I want to thank everybody who was a part of today's session. It's been lovely, right? We've had a great time together. Thanks to everybody who tapped and shared and liked and commented and engaged across all platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and right here on TikTok. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you also to those who gave gifts. But like I said, only when we do that quiz, I need to give you like that. So go see what you go do. Make sure they do quiz very well.
Thank you very much for doing
that was a joke. Thank you. I don't know. It was a dry joke. Thank you very much for your generosity. I saw some people give hearts and roses and all kinds of things. Every single gift you gave, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we've had a great run this week. Some videos are coming out later tonight, some tomorrow, even tonight. I think another video has to go on YouTube tonight. Some videos will come out throughout the weekend. Please watch them. Let's learn together. And if you have anything you want to teach as well, write in the comment section or reach out to me on Telegram at Busui Oris. I will be glad to respond. But please, I want to advise. When people call and say, when people send messages and say, please screenshot, can you coin a page and send? Please, you can't be doing that now. Please now. Please. Please. Let's be serious. Imagine the number of people say, can you screenshot? I'm like, how many pages am I going to screenshot? Let's have conversations, let's build rather than it's a better way to engage. But thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Before we go, we're going to listen to our anthems, as the Nigerian anthem and also the Yoruba anthem. Then we'll call it a night.
All right,
this one is scratch and peel. I don't understand though. All right, it's late already. I have people to apologize to. But no, not you guys online. It's folks here. But I had a great time, by the way, regardless of how long it took. I had a great time, and I hope you did as well. So, right, we're going to have our anthems. The Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem.
Here's the Nigerian anthem, and after this...
Consider, yes, so. All right, here's the Nigerian anthem, and after this, we'll listen to the Yoruba anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be your symbol, that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́ọ̀kù lágbára Ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere lágbára Ọlọ́run ilé wa ọ̀nà wa Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká búrẹ́kẹ́ sí ṣe nǹkan tó pè ní búrẹ́kẹ́ that you expand to the right and to the left. There will be increase in all you do in Jesus' name. And thank you very much again. I want to thank those who reached out earlier. Thank you very much for your support. And again, thank God for life. And I pray that none of you will be involved in any accident to let me. Ṣaláàbò lórí wọn àtẹ̀yìn àtàwọn ọmọ àtàyà àtọkọ àti gbogbo lẹ́yìn àti òbí àti ẹ̀gbọ́n àtàbúrò àtọ̀rẹ́ àtọjúlùmọ̀. It is well with you. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you on Monday, 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. We're going to continue with the series, How the First Republic Ended. And you're going to have a great time, all right? Do have a lovely weekend. And see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Odaro.